Okay. So let's see. There you are. Oh no, that's not you. That's David Winder. Where are you? You are. That's not you. Which meeting did you go to? Because you're not in the waiting room for this one. All right, let me go this way since you. All right, go on that. Right. And which? Yeah, what number? Okay, so that's the first one. Go ahead and click on that one. I got to get out of this one and go to that one.
Oh, why my camera is going the other way?
Good evening.
Mute.
How's everybody doing?
Good evening.
Madam President, Madam Chair.
I'm well.
Yes. Good evening.
Before we begin,
How you doing?
I would ask everybody to mute your microphone so that we may proceed. We will unmute your microphones at the appropriate time.
I would like to speak. Who is the chat host? How can I reach out to the chat host?
Can we?
Send a private message to the chat host.
Where is, like, how do we do that?
Okay, if you look at your picture and you click on the three dots next to it,
I got the Board of Alders Finance.
see something that says chat.
But Ian Skygert, I
Click
blocked
on the three dots and you'll see a menu of options. Some will say chat.
None of them say chat.
Charles.
I'm watching The Sound of Music parody.
Oh, that's nice.
About
I can hear
okay.
all these people.
Syed, I got it, okay?
Okay.
Al, can you mute everybody?
I can.
Yeah, you need to.
Yesenia Rivera.
You are good, Alder Marchand.
And how about Alder Hamilton? Let's unmute her.
She's good to go.
Okay.
Okay, now we may begin.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Finance Committee meeting on Zoom. I'm your chairwoman, Alder Yvette Hamilton. I will start by reading our meeting notes. Then I will take the attendance. And then my vice chair, Alder Marchand, will go into some procedural matters, and then we'll start the full meeting. Welcome, everyone. Aldermanic notice, New Haven. The Finance Committee will hold a public hearing and budget workshop on Monday, March 30th, 2020 at 6 p.m. via Zoom to review portions of the annual city budget proposed for fiscal year commencing July 1, 2020. Public may join the meeting via Zoom at https://zoom.us/j/204-204-463 or by phone at 1-646-558-8656. Meeting ID 204-204-463 pound, and may send public testimony to publictestimony@newhavencity.gov. Item 1, to hear public testimony concerning the mayor's annual proposed fiscal for 2020 and 2021, including OR 2020-004, appropriating ordinance number 1, an ordinance making appropriations for operating department, City of New Haven, for fiscal year July 1, 2020 through June 30th, 2021. OR 2020-0005, tax levy and revenue appropriating ordinance number 2, an ordinance making tax levy and revenue assumptions for fiscal year July 1, 2020 through June 30th, 2021. OR-2020-0006, appropriating ordinance number 3, an ordinance authorizing the issuance of general obligation bonds, fiscal year 2021, section 1 up to 30-year bonds. OR 2020-008, an ordinance amendment to section 29-119, section 17-201, section 17-143, and 29-30 of the General Codes of Ordinance, authorizing additions and changes in permits, licensings, user fees for fiscal year 2020-2021. LM 2020-0146, order approving the East Rock Communications Tower Enterprise Fund budget. LM 2020-0147, order approving the Alling Memorial Golf Course Enterprise Fund budget. LM 2020-0148, order approving Lighthouse Park Carousel Enterprise Fund budget. LM 2020-0149, order approving Ralph Walker Skating Rink Enterprise Fund budget. Page 2 of the notice. Item number 2, a workshop to review portions of the annual city budget proposed for fiscal year commencing July 1, 2020. The following city departments will be heard. A, City Town Clerk. B, Mayor's Office. C, Registrar of Voters. D, Assessor's Office. E, Persons with Disabilities. F, Corporation Council. G, Fair Rent Commission. H, Finance Department. I, Finance Other. Central Utilities and Maintenance, Vacancy Savings, Salary Reserve, various organizations, Peace Council, Probate Court, Patriotic Celebrations, Non-Public Transportation, Debt Service, Master Lease, Pensions, Self-Insurance, Employee Benefits, and J, Board of Alders / Legislative Services. These items are filed with the city clerk and may be inspected at room 202, 200 Orange Street, New Haven. Per order, Honorable Yvette Hamilton, Chair. Attest, Honorable Michael Smart, City Clerk. If you need a disability-related accommodation, please call 3 business days in advance, 946-858122 voice or 946-8582 TTY. Public may join this meeting via Zoom, as we said before, at https://zoom.us/j/204-204-463 or by phone at 1-646
So what do they want us to do? Go in there?
558.
Just relax, because we got this particular. They said a lot.
I'm sorry, 8656. Shall I continue, sir? Meeting ID 204-463 # and may send public comment to public-testimony@newhavencity.gov. We will start with our attendance this evening. I'll call the name of our committee members, starting with myself, Yvette Hamilton, Alder Adam Marchand.
I'm here.
Thank you. Alder Ernie Santiago. Are we able to unmute the Alders?
Okay, okay. You're welcome.
Good evening.
Alders can unmute themselves as you call them. As you call the alder, they can unmute themselves.
Chair Hamilton, you're on mute.
There we go.
I'm sorry.
You were muted. Now you're not.
I am
Okay,
muted
go.
now.
You are not muted. You are fine.
Okay. Is Alder Santiago on the call?
He was here. Alder Santiago.
What about Alder Sal Decola?
Here.
Good evening, Alder Decola. Alder Jeanette Morrison?
I'm here. I'm having technical difficulties. I can see you, but you can't see me. I'm working on it.
Okay. But you can hear us?
Yes, I can, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Yes. Alder Taisha Walker Myers? Is Alder Walker Myers on the call?
She is somewhere. She was here.
For Alders that if I've called your name, you feel free to unmute yourself if you cannot hear me.
Let's continue.
Alder Fester, are you with us?
I'm here, yes.
Good evening, Alder Anna Fester. Thank you for
Good
being with
evening.
us. Alder Furlow?
Present.
Alder Richard Furlow?
Present.
Thank you. Alder Evelyn Rodriguez?
Okay, she's got there's plenty of space now.
Good evening. Is Alder Hurt with us? Alder Ron Hurt?
Present, Madam Chair.
Good evening. How are you?
Well, thank you.
Yes, and I know Alder Decker is here with us because you were on before.
Ready
Alder
and
Decker
raring
is
to
with
go.
us. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you all committee members for being here, as well as the public. We are going to endeavor to get through this meeting, hopefully fairly quickly. At this time, Alder Vice Chair Alder Marchand will go over some procedural matters as to how we will run this evening's meeting. So I will now turn the meeting over to Alder Vice Chair Marchand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you're an alder who unmuted yourself to speak, now you can mute yourself again. I want to thank everybody for participating. Obviously, we're living in very unusual times, but one thing that's very characteristic of New Haven is that people participate rigorously in public processes. We are at the limit that our Zoom account can handle, which is a good problem to have. We are grateful for everybody who's trying to participate this evening. But in order to make room for people to participate, I would ask two things. If you are a city department head or staff person who is attending in order to take part in the departmental workshops, we would ask you to leave the meeting and to come back after the public hearing is over. Your leaving the meeting will make space for additional members of the public to be able to participate. So once again, if you are a city staff person who's going to participate in the departmental workshops after the public hearing, please leave now and come back later. Our staff personnel, Lucas, will let you know when we are done with the public hearing. Secondly, I would ask members of the public who are testifying, first of all, please keep your testimony to 3 minutes. And secondly, after you have testified, we would ask you to leave the meeting because that will create space for additional members of the public to join. These proceedings will be available later on to be viewed in their entirety, so that everybody will have an opportunity to see all of the proceedings. But if you stay on now, you will prevent somebody else from participating because we are at our Zoom accounts limit. So after you testify, please leave the meeting and free up a space. We thank you for that. I also want to repeat that members of the public may submit public testimony at any time by email to the following address: publictestimony@newhavenct.gov. So feel free to submit your full comments via email. But tonight, if you're giving verbal comments, please keep them to 3 minutes. Usually one page of paper is more than 3 minutes. So we would ask you, if you're giving comments, to keep them brief so that we may get through the entire meeting, which is going to be long. But you may, if you have something that you didn't get to say in your 3 minutes, you can email us all of your comments at publictestimony@newhavenct.gov. Now, finally, if you're a member of the committee and weren't able to indicate your presence, feel free to send a private chat to Al Lucas or to me or to Alder Yvette Hamilton, and we will recognize you once we know that you're definitely with us. Okay, so with those rules of the road, oh, and finally, we're going to keep people on mute unless it's their turn to talk. That way, these proceedings may be intelligible for everyone who's watching. Having said all of that, I believe we're ready to begin with the public testimony. And Mr. Lucas will bring the first person in the queue.
All right, so that's going to be Reverend Steele. Kelsey Steele, unmute yourself and speak.
Good evening.
Good evening, Reverend Steele.
Good
May I
evening.
have your name and address for the record, sir?
Reverend Kelsey Steele, 242 Dixwell Avenue, New Haven, Connecticut.
Thank you. Good evening. You may proceed.
All right. A pestilence has overtaken our world, our country, and our community. Every day we wake up to an increasingly dire public health crisis. Right now, many of us are overwhelmed by the daily needs that this crisis is creating. The city is managing an ongoing emergency and faced with difficult decisions that have life or death consequences. Churches like Barrett are running emergency pantry operations to ensure that people have access to basic nutrition. Many workers who are not out of work are working without adequate protective gear, sufficient paid sick leave, and limited access to our healthcare system. But even before COVID-19 came to our community, Mayor Elicker described our city's situation as precarious. This public health crisis may quickly evolve into the greatest economic crisis of our lifetime. We know that poverty and unemployment were a crisis in our city before. Now those who have managed to build some wealth since the last recession will struggle to maintain it. Those out of work will face eviction, foreclosure, hunger. Small businesses are collapsing without revenue. City and state services are being strained as a crash in the stock market is making our long-term financial outlook even more bleak. Our unemployment system is overwhelmed with claims, and a second wave of applications for subsidized health care is coming. These are difficult times. Timothy 1:7 tells us, "For God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power and of love and of a sound mind." In times as difficult as these, I have faith that we will fight to ensure that we emerge from this crisis with more community, more love, and more power. We have already witnessed heroic sacrifices by workers on the front line. These workers are the nurses and doctors who are fighting this virus, and the first responders who cannot come home to their families out of fear of putting them at even greater risk. But frontline workers are also our sanitation workers, custodians, grocery and warehouse workers, receptionists, cafeteria workers, and many more who face down risks every day to keep essential goods and services flowing. Unfortunately, in times like these, the richest among us often only think about themselves. The wealthy who have the greatest protection from risk are oddly often the ones who demand the most protection and concession to migrate against the cost of crises like the one that we are experiencing. Corporations line up for government bailouts after having enjoyed years of tax breaks and enriching themselves with stock buybacks. Even while seeking these bailouts, these corporations fight against measures that will make them more accountable to their community and workers. And as we saw in the last recession, the rich soon recover their wealth while the poor fall farther and farther behind. But this unique crisis, unprecedented in our lifetime, should remind all of us that we are all in this, and our fates are fundamentally linked. A spiritual trial is upon us, and now is the time for all of us to do our part. Powerful institutions like Yale University and our region's largest employers must now rise to the occasion and put forth solutions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
I wanted to make a procedural comment. Our staff personnel, Lucas, is going to help people testifying keep track of how long they're going. He's going to send you private chats advising you when you've spoken for, when you have 2 minutes left and when you have 1 minute left and when it's time to wrap up. So keep an eye out for that. And let's hear from the next person.
Okay, next is Brianna Mondesir, followed by Jessica Light and Khalil Green.
Hello, everyone. My name is Brianna Mondesir. In the age of many pandemics, one thing is
Brianna, excuse me. Before you start, can we have your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, Brianna Mondesir, 698 2nd Avenue, West Haven, Connecticut.
Thank you. You may proceed.
In the age of many pandemics, one thing is very clear to me. The COVID-19 crisis is not the first nor the last crisis for communities like mine. My community has always been in crisis. This global pandemic merely highlights the challenges that so many New Haven residents face, such as access to food, housing, job security, and general safety. Before the COVID-19 crisis, the main worry and concern of my family was money. I also heard concerns from my friends about the instability of their parents' jobs, or as in my situation, how they knew that they needed to find a job once they were of age in order to help their parents pay the bills and rent. The main priority for a student should be their academics, but more often than not, my fellow peers also felt similar pressure to make money and focus on that instead of school. I repeat, our communities have always been in crisis. Right now, we are in just a deeper and more widespread sense of emergency. I am fearful for my older and more immunocompromised family members. I'm even more worried about the stability and existence of my family members' jobs and their access to health care and insurance. Most of all, I'm worried about how people like me and my family will get help when in relatively normal times, aid doesn't come. However, this problem is not due to our failures, but the negligence of public institutions in New Haven, like Yale University, to provide support to residents. Despite the fact that Yale garners nearly all of the attention to the city of New Haven, how can a university that does not actively contribute to the city's growth and overall success be a part of the city? Instead, this seems more like a parasitic relationship. Yale University and Yale New Haven Hospital have so many resources at their disposal to help us during this crisis. For example, they can provide shelter and food for vulnerable and/or affected populations in New Haven, be accountable to the residents of New Haven, and resist a tax increase for citizens who are already in financial crises. I'm giving this testimony today because I urge our city officials to do more to hold Yale accountable to providing more financial support to the city and the residents that it takes such great advantage of. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person on our queue, Alder Marchand.
Next up is Jessica Light.
Hello.
Good evening, Miss Jessica. May I have your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, Jessica Light. I live at 1370 Elity Grasso.
Thank you. You may proceed.
I'm a New Haven resident, parent, and teacher. Recently, a picture of street art from China was shared with me that said, "We can't return to normal because normal was the problem." Right now, our city is struggling with an intense crisis. But even before any of us had heard of COVID-19, our city was struggling to adequately educate our youth. With students at home, teachers are struggling to connect and engage with them. But we're rising to the occasion and using distance learning to create the most meaningful learning opportunities we can. This is nothing new. Teachers have and will always strive to make miracles happen on a shoestring budget. Even when we were in our classrooms, class sizes continued to rise, making it a struggle to reach every child's individualized needs. Having been a teacher for 10 years now, I have seen my fair share of teachers leave New Haven to teach in the surrounding areas. I can tell you unequivocally that the most often cited reason for leaving is smaller class sizes. Teachers know that with smaller class sizes, they can be more effective, and they need this to avoid burnout. They need to have the opportunity to have this success. The current budget does not have the funds necessary to reduce our overflowing class sizes, but our well-being as a community is tied directly to this. Currently, school buildings are closed because we all acknowledge large groups spread disease rapidly. Right now it's COVID-19, but throughout our academic year, it is virus after stomach bug, after lice, after virus, and so on. The large group size in our classrooms wreaks havoc on our physical health and makes it impossible to reach each child's individualized social, emotional, and academic needs. Luckily, this is a problem that can be fixed with money. Fully funding New Haven public schools will immediately improve the health and well-being of our youngest generation. Yale could instantly improve the health and well-being of our community by simply putting their money where their mouth is and paying to fully fund our education budget. Given that they have $6.6 billion of non-taxable property, this is not even a big ask. In truth, it is their moral, whether they choose to believe to or not. If Yale values education, they should fund it. If they don't value education, they should lose the right to own non-taxable properties. As a community, we can't afford to let them have it both ways. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. Mr. Lucas, next person on our queue.
Madam Chair, if I may make a quick comment.
Yes, sir.
I want to acknowledge that Alder Taisha Walker-Myers has joined us.
Good evening, Alder Walker-Myers. Thank you for being with us.
I want to remind folks that once you have testified, please leave the meeting so that we can make space for more people who wish to show up and testify. These proceedings will be available in their entirety electronically at a later date. So every person who testifies and leaves the meeting makes room for someone else. Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll take the next person on our queue, Mr. Lucas.
Khalil Green is up next.
Hi, everyone. My name is Khalil Green. My address is 345 Temple Street.
Good evening. You may proceed.
Thank you. So right now, I'm a junior at Yale College studying history, and I'm also currently the undergraduate student body president. And upon my election last spring, I became the first Black person to ever lead Yale student government. But in tragic irony, 4 days after I was elected, a Hamden Police Department officer and a Yale Police Department officer shot at 2 unarmed Black residents of New Haven, Stephanie Washington and Paul Witherspoon. Over the next 3 days, many students, myself included, worked with community members for over 30 hours combined, organizing, protesting, and bringing light to important issues like race relations, police brutality, and relevant to today's discourse, the strained relationship between Yale and New Haven. Yale's image relies on it bringing up generations of change makers, innovators, and leaders. It is a very well-resourced institution that prides itself on its contributions to society. But the reason we are here today is to examine that persona and encourage Yale to do more to substantiate these claims. Namely, we asked for local leaders to demand more from Yale and for Yale to meet these demands. Just over a few months ago, for example, the New Haven Boys and Girls Club was at risk of closing its doors due to its financial constraints. This was especially concerning to me because I grew up going to my local Boys and Girls Clubs for 8 years in the greater Washington, D.C. area. It provided a foundation for all of my achievements later in life, including my presence here today. I can only imagine that it provides the same, if not more, support to local New Haven youth, yet it is at risk of closing. This is only one example of the effect that financial instability can have on people in this city. But the situation is much worse than one struggling nonprofit. Across the board, New Haven is in a fiscal crisis. The current pandemic hitting the globe will only further divide between the haves and the have-nots, the institutions that hold wealth and the people just trying to get by. For this reason, I call on Yale to do more in collaboration with local leaders to provide New Haven with the resources needed to stay afloat. I ask Yale to reassess how it uses its surplus and how it deems a certain level of giving as sufficient. I demand that Yale stand by the city that it claims to call its home. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person on our queue, Mr. Lucas.
Okay, next up is, where am I at? Hold on, sorry. Ian Skygard, David Weinreb.
Mr. Weinreb.
No, Ian Skygard first.
Mr. Skogard.
Then you, Mr. Weinreb.
Good evening. My name is Ian Skogard. I live at 42 Cleveland Road in New Haven. Chairperson Yvette Hamilton, Vice Chair Adam Marchand, and esteemed members of the Finance Committee of the City of New Haven. I am a 27-year resident of New Haven and homeowner. My family and I came to New Haven when my son was 4 years old. My daughter was 1 month old. My wife entered the fellowship program in pulmonary critical care at Yale New Haven Hospital. And as a newly minted anthropologist, I taught at Southern Connecticut State University before getting a job at an anthropological research agency at Yale. My wife teaches in the Yale Medical School and works and is a section chief at the VA hospital in West Haven. We joined the Church of the Redeemer on Whitney Avenue in New Haven, and I became involved in community organizations such as Elm City Congregations Organized and now New Haven Rising. I say all of this because from early on, I have had my feet in 2 camps, one in the Yale community and one in the New Haven community. I have always felt, indeed, embodied the tension that exists between town and town, and wondered why it has to be so. The contrast between a wealthy, elite academic institution and one of the poorest cities in the country is stark. While things have certainly improved since I came here, there is a long way to go. For too long, the city has been a sick patient, kept on life support, barely able to function. The tendency is to blame the city administration for ineptitude and corruption, but this has never been the truth, which is simply that the city has never had the necessary revenue to provide the basic services expected of a city, such as public education, police, and public works. The irony is that the very institutions which bring the city renown, Yale University and Yale New Haven Hospital, are also the reasons why the city is kept on life support, as they sit on over $1 billion of untaxed property. While we cannot change the tax law, There's more these institutions can do to help the city. We are experiencing the worst epidemic in our memory, which has exposed even more the rift between the wealthy and the poor, and putting even more stress on city resources. The patient is now in cardiac arrest, and we need to call a code to resuscitate it if it is to survive. Why not this time finally get the patient back on its feet and sustain it so that it can lead a normal, functional life? What a legacy that would be for these institutions to leave for both our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scogard. Mr. Lucas, next person.
Hi, everyone.
Mr. Weinreb, your name and address for the record, please.
Thank you.
My name is David Weinreb. I reside at 51 Perkins Street in Fairhaven. I'm an aspiring school leader currently working as a magnet resource teacher at Elm City Montessori School and previously served as a bilingual educator at the Fairhaven School. I speak tonight to amplify the concerns regarding the economic instability that plagues New Haven public schools and echo the call to Yale. I have had to work very hard so that my students and I can benefit somewhat from our social distance to Yale. We've planted with Yale's Urban Resources Initiative, debated with Yale's Latino Law Student Association, and piloted Code Haven alongside Yale computer science undergrads. My students have found Yale to be full of passionate, intelligent, caring students who give generously and then largely leave. Their support, their investment, through no fault of any undergraduate, is experienced as temporal and charitable and insufficient. What we need is sustainable, justice-oriented, and needs-based institutional investments that champion great work within New Haven public schools to thrive. Yes, Yale, please provide everything necessary for all of our children and families to survive during this horribly challenging time, and do so generously and without hesitation. Then, provide us with the funding necessary to hire a library and media specialist for every school, bulk up our libraries with culturally affirming texts, and pay for all of the online learning platforms our children currently only have the opportunity to try. Ensure we have social workers and counselors trained and ready in every school, mindful of nationally recommended ratios, so that we can outstandingly serve as trauma-informed schools now and always. We're in the midst of a community health crisis, and students in my school have access to a nurse 1 to 2 days per week. Grant us the power to host school-based health centers in every school, teach proactive and comprehensive health and wellness education, serve healthy and high-quality meals, and conduct community campaigns for health so City Hall doesn't have to bear the burden of telling our children to wash their hands. I hope our testimonies tonight and this moment spurs Yale to seriously reconsider some of their previous approaches, washing their hands of responsibility to their neighbors, their social distancing from the challenges that surround their towers. This is a moment that begs for considerations of mutual aid. Yale, what are you willing to share with the New Haven community? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next person on our queue, Mr. Lucas.
Chaz Carmen.
Mr. Carmen, good evening.
Good evening.
Name and address for the record, sir.
My name is Chaz Carmen. I am the president of Ice the Beef here in New Haven. Worked for the board at 20 years. And my address is 60 Springside Avenue. So when I was a teenager growing up in New Haven, teens were dying like crazy. There was a time when New Haven was number 4 in murders. We've seen over the course of time where New Haven was deemed as a city too violent and a place where people should not move to. This attains to the fact that we have to make sure that we have gun violence, our teens at the forefront of our budget crisis. To my current time, my youth and I have experienced budget cuts with one of our programs. You may have seen us on the news fighting for that program. And the program is called Youth in Government. This is a program where teens go to the Capitol and they act as state reps and senators. They even sit in the governor's office. One of our youth is even the youth lieutenant governor of the state of Connecticut. But there were no funds this year for that program. That program was really important to our teenagers. They also even worked in the Capitol for 3 days and got to stay up there and really feel this experience. We have to make sure that our youth and our teens are remembered in the budget. we got to make sure that we have funds for needed programs. We have to keep our youth at the forefront, but not just the kids, not just the small kids, but the teenagers. Recently, an 18-year-old was murdered in our city, out in Exit 8. There was like last week a big fight in Newhallville with a bunch of teens during our COVID crisis. In Upper Welly, there's a beef going on right now between 18-year-olds and 20-year-olds, which me and Alder Brakeem are working to figure out how we can keep that area safe. So during the COVID crisis, we still see all these shootings happening in our city. So we have to make sure that our kids stay safe. We have to make sure that our kids have things to do. And while we're thinking about where to spend our money at and what to do with the money from the city, that the teenagers are in that conversation and that we don't lose funding for our teens, because then we see a rise in crime, we see a rise in murders. We have to make sure that in the budget, we have things about homelessness and low-income housing and public safety, because if we don't, we're gonna go back to that place where New Haven was one of the worst cities. New Haven is not one of the worst cities right now. We have to make sure our biggest employers like Yale continue and start to do more, you know, because without them, there's no way to really make the biggest change because the budget always messed up. So we have to make sure that, like everybody else, you're paying your taxes. But as we sit and you guys come together and you devise this budget, make sure we always remember that these teenagers have to be in the conversation. Youth services for kids have to be in the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carmen. Madam Chair, if I may make a couple of quick announcements. First of all, I want to acknowledge our colleague, Alder Ernie Santiago from Ward 15, a member of the committee who has joined us. I also want to acknowledge alders who are not on the committee who have joined us this evening. Alder Kim Edwards from Ward 19, Alder Abby Roth from Ward 7, Alder Campton Singh from Ward 5, Alder Carmen Rodriguez from Ward 6, Alder Jill Marks from Ward 28, and Alder Stephen Winter from Ward 21. Thank you.
Chris Schweitzer.
Hi, this is Chris Schweitzer at 361 Elm Street, and thank you for allowing me to speak. And I'm here representing New Haven Climate Movement. I'm testifying to encourage the Board of Alders to include funds for city staff in the 2021 budget. Climate change is a growing crisis that will create a permanent chain of coronavirus-type public health and economic catastrophes. If we look at the past couple of years, we can see how the fires in Australia and California shut down economies, how hurricanes cause significant numbers of deaths in Puerto Rico, and how rising temperatures are creating annual health crises around the world. And the epidemic of ecosystems collapses from the coral reefs to the Arctic, to insect and bird extinctions, to dying boreal forests are accelerating. We appreciate that all 30 alders supported passage of the climate emergency resolution in September, but we need action now to help move on climate change as soon as possible. We believe that investing in climate change solutions makes sense both for the short term and the long term, and we especially think the city should invest in staff to leverage other resources and partnerships. Some of the climate projects that we think we deserve immediate funding as we work to recover from this present disaster would be hiring energy staff to lead energy efficiency efforts that will reduce family energy bills, create local jobs, and improve housing quality and affordability. Hiring staff to focus on clean energy job creation and creating local energy generation capacity for businesses. Investments to improve transportation systems so more people can effectively get to work and school without the expense of owning a car. Have staff to make sure New Haven is ready to access and use well recovery funds that the federal government will very likely be sending. Just to say, we really need to use this recovery in the right way to create a healthy, sustainable, and just economy. Following the Green New Deal model would be a great way to help people get back on their feet and address the climate crisis. We would also encourage the Board of Alders to consider increasing taxes by 0.1% of 1%. Is my time up? sorry. And we understand it's very hard to raise taxes, but we cannot justify dumping this growing climate change debt on future generations. And we need to pay now to clean up the damage we are doing. Polls have repeatedly shown that Americans are very supportive of paying higher taxes to support clean energy and other sustainability measures. And honestly, the 2021 city budget won't really be balanced if the carbon debt isn't included. The New Haven community produces 1.2 million tons of greenhouse gas emissions each year, and economists estimate that the real long-term cost of that carbon is $100 per ton. So each year we are adding over $100 million to our children will need to clean up. An additional green tax or climate justice tax or clean energy fund tax would be an important step to recognize our responsibility for creating a safe climate healthy future. So to close, again, we appreciate the very tough decisions the Board of Alders must make, but we are really in a position where we don't have a choice if we want to avoid climate collapse, which this present sad tragedy of coronavirus gives us a taste of. And as mentioned, these same climate investments will have positive short-term benefits for New Haven families and will help with the needed recovery. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I wanted to do one more recognition. Our colleague from Ward 8, Ellen Cupo, is with us. And now, guess who's next?
Let's see. Next up is Saeed Ardi.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Saeed Ardi. I'm here representing myself and students graduating. And the address is 157 Church Street.
He gave, yeah.
Okay. Okay, good afternoon. My name is Saeed Ardi and I live in East Haven and attend Hill Regional Career High School. Although I may not be able to speak on safety services and living circumstances in New Haven, I will be able to speak on behalf of New Haven Public School students and how our education is restricted through the low school budget. I'll begin by speaking about the classrooms. The two main aspects of learning are the teacher and the student. At the end of the last school year, Career, along with many other New Haven public schools, experienced one of those main aspects being cut off. Due to monetary restrictions, many students saw some of our favorite teachers being involuntarily transferred. Maybe you all don't recall, but for a teenager, it's often hard to make close connections with our teachers. So when we do, and those teachers are involuntarily taken away, it's hard for us to trust our school staff. This disrupts one of those main aspects of student learning, and it took place because of underfunding. This incident is only one of many other ways in which our education has directly been impacted because of underfunding. Underfunding restricts learning in many other ways as well, such as teachers and students not having access to updated textbooks. In addition, although our school had the privilege of Title I funds this year, in many years teachers had to pay out of pocket for class sets like books, laptops, Elmos, and classroom supplies. And even with Title I funds, they are federally provided, so our school was privileged to get them. These materials are not just beneficial to learning, they are absolute necessities. In response to COVID-19, our school loaned 200 plus laptops to the students, which were also funded through federal grants. Had we been given this funding through the district, who has known of the accessibility challenges for years now, we would have been much better prepared for this emergency. In our schools, we also have many personnel struggles like admin in school doing too much work for downtown, which forces teachers having to take the role of admin, which adds to the overall tension that makes our education and administration in our schools at the most optimum level almost impossible. Our schools then have to go spend money on security intervention and other personnel to address the needs of each stressed out school. So instead of our resources being used to advance academic growth, it goes to basic functioning of the school. Funding would evidently greatly help with this. Another important issue our schools have, or that students bring up, is sanitary needs within our schools. Career specifically went months without any soap in the bathrooms, and it was only a couple of days before the school closed due to COVID-19 that it finally received soap in our bathrooms. In fact, many students had to sneak to the staff bathrooms because they have soap. Also, due to lack of funding, after-school activities and sports barely have the basic supplies to function and have to resort to out-of-pocket costs from teachers and students. All of these issues are only the tip of the iceberg and solely come down to the district's lack of money that caused them, and the COVID-19 budget cuts will only exacerbate these issues. If we hold institutions like Yale responsible for paying taxes on the billions of dollars worth of non-taxable property, our education system will heavily benefit and finally be able to provide students with the basic necessities that we need and deserve in order to receive a high-quality education. Thank you very much, and I urge you all to deeply consider our request.
Okay. The next one is Rakeem Grant. Rakeem Grant.
Oh, hi, how are you doing?
Okay, you're up.
All right. I'm usually staying at SCSU Neff Hall. That's my address. So I currently work at the LEAP After School program where we mentor about 100 children aged 7 to 12. Here I see the struggle that many of these young students go through, and while I see many persevere regardless, it's not fair. Many of the students are being taught at increasingly underfunded schools, as you have just heard, and subject to struggling financial circumstances due to a lack of good jobs, among other things. And they don't even have safe parks or places where they can just enjoy themselves and be kids. I don't mean to say it's Yale's responsibility to renovate New Haven, but the fact that they have so much for it and exercise none of it speaks volumes. It's not fair that while Yale sits on more than a $30 billion endowment, which they only use 5% of a year, their contributions to the city of New Haven remain dismal. It's not fair that over the past decade, Yale has robbed New Haven of over $1 billion in tax revenue. Understand, this is a drop in the bucket compared to what Yale brings in. It's not fair that Yale sits on this money while the Board of Education's budget is on a trajectory to be cut 30%, and you have just heard the effects of this. Yale claims to be committed to providing the world today and committed to improving the world today and for future generations, but Yale doesn't contribute at all to improving the city in any meaningful way, and this can be seen in the vast disparity between those who are Yale affiliated and those who are not. Yale does not contribute anything to after-school programs that could keep students out of trouble and off the streets, and they refuse to fork over a single cent to fund the education of its city's residents unless they are inside their gated community. Yale's mission statement is at best a false promise, and their message is clear. They do not see themselves as part of a larger community, but they see it as they are the community. Through their actions, they show that if you do not live inside those castle-like walls, they don't care about you. But whether Yale agrees or not, they are part of New Haven, and it's time they see us and treat us as part of Yale, especially in these challenging times. They could start by opening their unused dorms and other facilities to those most at risk during this pandemic. And they could stop collecting rent on all Yale-owned property because we know all too well they can afford to. And they should use their immense funds and resources at the Yale New Haven Hospital to increase testing in communities of need. But past this crisis, Yale should absolutely understand the importance of investing in students, as we can see how much they do for their own, and apply that same principle to New Haven students outside of Yale. This can look like increased funding, partnership, access to resources during this time where many do not have what they need to learn online. But it needs to be something. As Yale is the most powerful resident in New Haven, the institution needs to recognize the harmful, vast disparity between it and its city's residents and address it by paying and doing their fair share. For me, this might mean not piling on $15,000 of debt every year to afford tuition, but more importantly, for my students, it would mean better schools, better teachers, and more opportunities and resources. And this is why we ask you to put more pressure on Yale and for them to contribute. Thank you.
Next up is Ethelberger. Ms. Ethelberger.
We seem to be having
Hi,
some
I'm
technical
here.
difficulties.
Hello?
Ms. Berger.
Okay. Ethel Berger, 50 Autumn Street. I'm a Democratic ward chair in Ward 19, which includes Prospect Hill, a part of New Hallville, and a sliver of East Rock. Our ward is representative of the whole city. Prior to the advent of coronavirus, I was prepared to speak about the 60% of New Haven's property owned by Yale University and Yale New Haven Hospital, and which is untaxed. Putting the coronavirus aside for the moment, that fact has not changed. There is no question that Yale contributes to New Haven in multiple ways. It is the city's largest employer. It supports Promise and other programs which benefit New Haven residents. It pays taxes on its commercial properties, and it makes a voluntary contribution of $13 million. However, much of what Yale does also benefits Yale. Yale wants prospective parents and students to see a thriving downtown area surrounding Yale, thus the upscale stores and restaurants which rent from Yale. Yale does hire a lot of workers because they need workers. They need secretarial workers, maintenance workers, managers, lawyers, professors, fundraisers. Yale also supports many nonprofit organizations which serve communities in need. However, regardless of the good that Yale does for the city, our children attend public schools that are woefully underfunded. 26% of our city's residents are living at or below poverty level. The New Haven Green is home to many without shelter. The long history of redlining has kept the city racially segregated, keeping our poorest neighborhoods poor. While these facts are not Yale's fault, Yale is not without responsibility. It is important that Yale understands and responds to the frustrations of its neighbors. Those with power and privilege and resources have a moral obligation to lift up those around us in need. And we are calling on Yale to do so. Not in deeds, not in student volunteers, not in access to Yale's extraordinarily rich arts and culture. To be blunt, we need money for operating expenses for the city. We do not have enough money for our schools, for affordable housing, and for adequate job training. We have extremely high taxes in all parts of Ward 19, as in many parts of New Haven. People have moved out of New Haven because they could not afford to pay the taxes. Moving, however, is not an option for most people. That brings me to the coronavirus, which intensifies all of New Haven's problems and adds the possibility of increasing loss of life. Once again, Yale has done things to aid New Haven. It's continued to pay its employees. They have asked their labs to donate protective gear. They are seeding a Yale community fund with $1 million and offering to match any money donated by the Yale community. However, Yale has empty property that could be used to house recovering COVID patients. It is a bad idea to return any recovering patient to a group living situation. As we consider the budget, we must unite in asking Yale to do more for the city now. The primary function of any institution in this city at this moment is to be a fully working community partner focused on saving lives.
Thank you very much. And before we hear from our next member of the public, I wanted to acknowledge our colleague Alder Eli Sabin from Ward 1, who has joined us as well. Mr. Lucas.
Up next is Coral Ortiz.
Who's next?
Coral Ortiz. Coral Ortiz.
Hi, yes, I'm right here. Sorry. As everyone mentioned, my name is Coral Ortiz. I currently live on 51 Colony Road. I'm a junior at Yale College, and I'm also a proud New Haven resident. I formerly attended Hill Heights High School and sat on the New Haven Board of Education as a student representative. Today, I'm here to talk about the current relationship between Yale and New Haven. When I first read the news that Yale had refused to help out New Haven's first responders, I was disappointed. I was disappointed not only because I knew Yale had the means to provide this for the city, but also because it was not the first time I've seen Yale refuse to help New Haven. To put this in context, I think it's important to talk about my experience as a student who both attended New Haven Public Schools and Yale College. One of my first distinct memories of Yale begins in the first week of school. My first year counselor described all of the resources I would have as a Yale student: writing tutors, math tutors, access to multiple libraries, access to multiple fitness facilities. The list goes on. I was shocked. A couple of months before starting, 1 mile away, I saw my teachers struggle with not having textbooks and technological equipment. As students, when a teacher had to take a leave of absence, we would go months without a teacher to teach us. I saw my guidance counselors overwhelmed with the amount of students they needed to serve. Despite the fact that it was clear staff and personnel needed more tools to do their job, they continued to do what they could to give us the best education possible. As a Board of Ed member, this emphasis on a lack of resources was not a one-time occurrence, but a trend that I saw over and over and over again. What I learned is that there's a drastic difference in resources to succeed based on whether or not you are inside or outside of the Yale community, which is something I can never understand. I can't understand why Yale is not doing more to help the city when it's owns a large portion of the property in the town. I can't understand how Yale can tell me to be a leader that helps the global community when they aren't doing so themselves. And I cannot understand how this dynamic has persisted for so long. Of course, I'm grateful for the initiatives taking place, like New Haven Promise and the 300 beds given to the residential college. But I also know now that being a Yale student, that Yale can do more and should be doing more, especially in this time of crisis. Now with the rise of this pandemic, I asked for Yale to reflect on the current relationship between New Haven and Yale. I asked for Yale to strengthen the relationship with New Haven leaders and residents to gain insight on how Yale can best support the city. And I asked for Yale to act on what everyone knows is the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank
Tim
you.
Hollihan, Tim Hollihan next up.
Thank you, Al. Thank you, Chairman Marchand, Vice Chairman Marchand, excuse me, and Chairman Hamilton. Hello to everyone. I hope everybody is safe and healthy and continues to be so. My name is Tim Hollihan. I live at 404 Yale Avenue in the Fightin' 25th Ward.
Shake your head if you can.
And can everyone hear? I'll assume so. I attended Yale, and I'm grateful that I received an excellent education there. I was born at Yale New Haven Hospital, and my two daughters were born at Yale New Haven Hospital, so I have a very clear picture from that and many, many other experiences as a resident of New Haven, what the university does for the city in many ways, passively and actively. But I agree with people who have testified tonight that Yale needs to do more for New Haven, and I wanted to try to offer some thoughts about why that's so, or some specific reasons why Yale is really obliged to do more for the city, and it's actually in Yale's interest to immediately begin doing more for the city. I'll try to keep this to 3 minutes, but when I graduated in 1992, the university endowment was $1.5 billion, and they announced the goal of making it to $5 billion in a few years. My classmates and I scoffed at the idea because it had taken hundreds of years to get to 1.5, but they did so. They got to 5 billion, the financial office, ahead of schedule. And now it's about 30 billion. It's probably a little lower than that given the recent market drop, but so be it. Yale has, from a financial analysis and balance sheet perspective, become a hedge fund. It is still a great university, but from a financial point of view, it is a hedge fund. And it's important to understand that. It's benefited in those 30 years since I graduated college, almost 30 years, it's benefited from the rollback of progressive tax and investment policies that were put in place by FDR and the New Deal and other Democratic presidencies after him. And it has benefited enormously because the wealthy have been able to give more, because they have been taxed less, and the university has continued to benefit from tax laws that were written, tax exemption that was written when the university was simply here for the public good and to educate, and was not a hedge fund. So Yale's value and financial resources have skyrocketed, while those of government, state, federal, and local government have plummeted because we've ceased to tax the wealthy and we've ceased to tax the middle class at the rates that we did.
I lost my video.
In the New Deal. Until we return to that kind of government policy, the problems that New Haven sees are going to continue. But it's not going to happen anytime soon. The state has talked repeatedly about looking at taxing Yale. The state has the power. Yale is tax exempt within the Constitution. So the state could change that and begin taxing Yale to plug its budget holes. But plugging the budget hole throughout the state will not benefit Yale, and it will not benefit New Haven. Anything like direct aid to the city in which Yale exists would do. So if Yale is listening, and I hope Yale is listening, whatever that means, President Salovey, Administrator Zucker, I hope the university will consider that before the state begins taxing Yale, it would be in the best interest of the university to begin voluntarily making a payments much more in line with what taxing the university's property would represent. Over $100 million. Nothing like the 12 or $13 million they give now. Thank you all very much. And again, stay healthy. Don't touch your face if you can avoid it.
Mr. Lucas, who's next? Bear with us for a moment, folks. Do you know where he is?
Roberto Irizarry.
Yes, good evening. Thank you.
Name and address for the record, please.
Oh, of course. I'll blur much hunt. My name is Roberto Irizarry. I'm in Harrison Street, 104, apartment number 1. And my goal here is to paint a human picture of what's going on right now. I'm a resident of east side of Westville and New Haven. That is often forgotten. The side that does not own their homes and whose children rely on school-provided meals. I want to share the human plight of people around me who need support urgently. For instance, I know a family of artists whose work has disappeared with the arrival of COVID-19. Their art entertains Westville's and Yale's solidly middle class and wealthy most of the year. But now they have to make a daily trip to their kids' school so they can get their necessary nourishment. Tomorrow, they'll have to dip into their almost empty retirement funds in order to make rent. Another friend of mine is a cook at a restaurant. He feeds Westville with utter self-abnegation day in and day out. Now the restaurant he works in is closed and no money's coming in. To make matters worse, he's undocumented, so he cannot receive unemployment. Essentially, even though he feeds Westville's and Yale's moneyed, when he needs support, there's not even the smallest semblance of reciprocity. These are but 2 stories of thousands that underscore the unequal relationship between Yale's and New Haven's wealth on the one hand, and on the other, the dutiful servers and entertainers who are forgotten when they need to be remembered the most. Respectfully, Robert Irizarry. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Irizarry. And before we proceed to the next member of the public, I wanted to acknowledge that Alder Evelyn Rodriguez from Ward 4 has joined us. Mr. Lucas, who's next?
Yesenia Rivera is next. Yesenia Rivera?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you fine.
My screen was frozen for a second. Good evening, Alders. My name is Yesenia Rivera. I reside at 133 West Rock Avenue in New Haven. And for as long as I can remember, New Haven has consistently faced economic instability due in large part to the tax benefits that Yale receives. Currently, Yale University and Yale New Haven Hospital own $6.6 billion and growing in non-taxable property. Without the ability to collect revenue on over half of city property, New Haven struggles to meet its basic needs. Yale continues to grow while New Haven residents and taxpayers' hardships only deepen. New Haven homeowners struggle to maintain their homes, and many renters cannot afford to rent decent, safe, and affordable housing. New Haven crime continues to climb, while our police departments deal with the stress of short staffing and inadequate funding. Currently, New York City is having their police department enforce social distancing. I envision that New Haven will soon follow if the pandemic continues to grow. This means that we will need more police personnel in order to enforce social distancing mandates. How can this be done when we already do not have enough officers to support our community? Will Yale support the greater New Haven area with their police department? Year after year, our New Haven public schools face growing budget deficits that threaten the education and mental health of our students. Vulnerable children have not received needed support in schools. This coming school year, we're looking at a $10.8 million deficit, and this is just a turn on the lights budget. This budget does not include adding back the teachers, paraprofessionals, librarians, counselors, etc., that we have lost through the years of quote unquote tightening our belts. Meanwhile, Yale University's extraordinary wealth grows to advance its not-for-profit mission to foster education, operating in excess of $900 million in the last year alone. Yale needs to do more for the city of New Haven. The COVID-19 crisis has further exposed unequal access to necessary resources for students and educators alike. Now is the time to rectify this imbalance and support the education of all of our city's young people. Last year, Yale New Haven Health earned an enormous annual surplus of $300 million to advance its not-for-profit mission to improve health, while persisting social and economic inequities continue to constrict the health and well-being of New Haven families. Between its extensive property holdings and a $30+ billion endowment backed by billionaire donors, Yale is in a stronger position than the greater New Haven community to weather the current health crisis. Now is the time to bring this disparity into balance and enable our city's overall health. Yale University and Yale New Haven Hospital must rise to the occasion through the following important steps. Repurpose all unutilized Yale facilities to serve every New Haven resident who needs housing, food, and space to self-isolate for the duration of the COVID-19 crisis. Ensure that New Haven has the basic resources to meet our residents' needs this year without a tax increase that deepens families' financial insecurity. And come to the table in partnership to craft a long-term lasting solution that enables the healthy development of our city for the benefit of all residents, the region, and the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lucas?
Kimberly Smart, followed by Matthew Wilcox. Kimberly Smart,
Yes, I'm here.
you're up.
My name is Kimberly Smart. I live at 967 Sherman Avenue in New Hallville.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Kimberly. Okay, I'm a working single mom and grandmother. To make ends meet, I have to work 2 jobs. I'm fortunate that I love both of my jobs, but it means spending less time with my family. One of my jobs is being a paraprofessional in the New Haven public school system. I'm sometimes called on to teach classes for a long time, basically acting as a teacher well beyond my job description, even though I'm not compensated properly. I love my job, I love the kids and the families and the teachers I work with, but one job should be enough. Another issue is there's nothing for my daughter to do in the neighborhood. There's not enough after-school opportunities either. I see a lot of young people in the neighborhood who just sit on the porch and don't have anything to do or safe places to go. I feel like my neighborhood is forgotten about and not cared about at all. Somehow this is supposed to be okay. It's just the way it is. They tell us there aren't enough resources. It's our cities is probably funded. My job might pay enough that I could just work one job. My daughter and her friends could not have somewhere positive to go. Neighborhood youth could have something safe and productive to do, like those programs that existed when I was my daughter's age that don't exist anymore. That was before this pandemic hit. In addition to being stuck in the house, I worry about my neighbors and older people getting what they need, or worse, getting sick right now. My son is still going to work, which scares me, but he can't afford not to. When I think about these struggles, then I look around and see Yale's buying up everything. Something doesn't add up. It feels like we are expected to struggle and scrape by, doing our part, while the richest people and corporation in our state aren't expected to do theirs. If Yale felt a part of this community, they might have a fund for emergencies that people could tap into. Some people are racking up bills with no income coming in, and they are in danger of lights going out or getting put out of their homes. But even if Yale's endowment tanks, they'll have enough money to continue for hundreds and hundreds of years. But what kind of community will they be surrounded by? We are tired of this inequality. It's time for a new relationship that's built on actual respect and partnership. Thank you.
Thank you, Kimberly. Next
Okay.
on the agenda, gentlemen.
Mr. Matthew Wilcox. Mr. Wilcox.
Yes, thank you.
Oh.
My name is Matt
Good evening.
Wilcox, and I live at 1135 Forest Road in Westville, New Haven. I'll just start by saying that while I currently serve as a member of the New Haven Board of Education, my comments here are solely my own as a New Haven resident, and I deeply appreciate the Alders seeking public input on the budget and a chance for us to talk to you all this evening. Like anyone, I'm not a fan of increased taxes, but I do know the reality of our city's financial situation is going to require it. And part of the reason for a tax increase is required is due to the large amounts of non-taxable properties and activities of Yale and Yale New Haven Hospital, and their unwillingness to increase payments to the city. I'll say I love Yale. My family's in New Haven because of Yale. They were the source of my paycheck and excellent health care for the 15 years I worked in their medical and public health libraries. And I love Yale New Haven Hospital because their doctors, nurses, PAs, social workers, etc., all their support staff played a role in 4 of my 5 family members even being on this planet today. And I'm sure the 5th, which is me, will be needing them soon enough. So being on the Board of Education, I know that the schools in the city have many, many important partnerships with Yale and Yale New Haven, and they provide key enhancements to our education program. Education programs for science and the arts, tutoring, etc. At the same time, I see us cutting core programs due to inadequate funding, and we'll have to cut more core activities to mitigate our budget deficit. And the financial storm that's going to follow COVID-19, that's hitting us, some parts of our community already, is going to make it even worse. Enhancements are wonderful and needed, but they do not replace teachers, literacy specialists, librarians, social behavioral specialists, paraprofessionals. They don't replace the core. These institutions will not increase direct payments. We need them to step up and work with the city and the schools on structural programs, not mere enhancements that are so desperately needed. For instance, in the shadow of one of the largest, most prestigious libraries in the world, one I was proud to work for, New Haven Public Schools have had to cut the number of our library media specialists and the amount of new books we can put into our libraries and our classrooms. And while the New Haven Public Libraries have had to make their cuts as well. Yale could work with us and provide the funding to change this. This would lead to life-changing levels of literacy in this city. Another example, our students, parents, and the public want us to have more vocational programs. Commitments to hire New Haveners are great and needed, but we do not have the funding for enough vocational and educational programs to ensure that our students will be competitive to be those local hires. Yale and YNHH could fund innovative partnerships to change that. Just 2 examples. The current pandemic shows the reality of the city's situation. We are in this together. Together, we lessen the impact on our healthcare workers. Together, the choices we make affect when our businesses and universities will be able to reopen. And it's time for our very profitable nonprofits, Yale and YNHH, to step up for New Haven. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilcox. Next person on our list, gentlemen.
Mindy Anglar. Mindy Anglar. Mindy Englart.
Hi, how are you? My name is Mindy Englart. I live at 134 Upson Terrace in New Haven, and I've lived in New Haven for more than 30 years. I'm a writer, artist, mother, and I've been a New Haven public school teacher for almost 20 years. My testimony today is entitled, "The Educator Has the Duty of Not Being Neutral." This is a quote from Paulo Freire. I first learned about him at Yale, where I received my teacher training through the now defunct Yale Teacher Prep program. Many of my friends are Yale alumni, as well as Yale professors, researchers, and graduate students. I love Yale, and I can't imagine a New Haven without Yale. I mention all this because, well, I'm going to be talking about why I think Yale should contribute more money to New Haven. I'm not going to focus on what is legally required because obviously Yale adheres to its legal responsibilities. I'm going to focus on what I believe is ethically required because I think it is important that the most privileged among us contribute more. We, our people, and our institutions are all on a spectrum of wealth and privilege, And what we see on a daily basis is that New Haven has some of the most privileged people on the planet walking nonchalantly along the same sidewalks as people who have so little. Privilege is most apparent to people who have less. I've never understood why Yale does not contribute more money to New Haven. Of course, Yale is an independent entity and must put its financial needs first, but New Haveners all know that Yale has more money than it can use. We know it has one of the world's most robust university endowments. We all know Yale has extra. We see it in its fancy new buildings. We see it in the lavish parties Yale throws. We see it in so many ways, and it hurts. It hurts because Yale has so much to work with and New Haven has so little. We live in a capitalist, not communist society. I understand that. Still, our educators and our educational institutions are charged not just with building bank accounts, we are also building character, are we not? We are also charged with building a thriving democratic society that is just and sustainable, are we not? We have to hold ourselves to high standards because we have power and influence, and thus we are role models. I'm sad to say that Yale, and by default those of us associated with the institution, seem pretty selfish and self-centered right now, and it's not a good look. The citizens around you are not asking you to give that much. We don't want you to put you at risk or diminish you. We want and need you to be sustainably healthy and strong, but we are asking you to give more. Pilot is not enough. $1 million to quell a public outrage is not enough. We need an ongoing contribution that matches our city's needs, the city that we share. We know that we don't know all the factors that go, we know that we don't know all the factors that go into your financial decision making, but even if a small fraction of Yale's endowment was pressed into the service of our very small city, it would be consequential for those among us and surrounding you. So Yale, instead of planting flowers this year, instead of hosting meetings with lots of food and drinks, instead of so many things, do you think, especially right now, you could disperse some more of your privilege, make some microloans to New Haveners in the form of taxes? The interest will not come back to you in cash, true, but it will come back to you in goodwill and good PR. I predict it will come back to you in less crime, less anger, a softer and more welcoming city. And while it's not legally required, I think ethics dictate that it's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mindy. Proceed, gentlemen. Next on the queue.
On the queue is, Elias Estabrook. Elias Estabrook.
Good evening, everybody.
Elias there?
Yes.
Good evening. Name and ID for us.
Elias Estabrook, 105 Newhall Street, New Haven.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thanks for the opportunity tonight. So I'm a job coach at New Haven Works, the workforce development agency for New Haven residents that the Board of Alders helped create in 2012. I joined New Haven Works on the staff at a time in 2018 when I was underemployed for a few months, and I was looking for more stable employment and employer-based health insurance. At New Haven Works, I see evidence of the New Haven jobs crisis every day. Many of the hundreds of New Haven residents I have worked with are underemployed and underpaid. Many members have short-term goals of earning more to pay their bills and support their family, and many share with me their longer-term dreams of buying a home. One New Haven Works member was on the brink of eviction because he was stuck with a part-time schedule for almost 2 years. The job paid well, but because he rarely worked more than 20 hours per week, he was desperately looking for another part-time job elsewhere or a promotion to full-time with his current employer. Another member worked as a domestic worker on a job that did not pay any benefits. After this member joined New Haven Works and worked with me, she got a job that provides retirement, health care, and educational benefits. We are proud at New Haven Works when we can help members obtain significantly more security for themselves and their families. But the need is great and growing. The data for our city and the New Haven region reflect the struggles of many New Haven Works members. According to a 2020 analysis by the Brookings Institute, the New Haven-Milford metropolitan region has a workforce where 41% are low-wage workers making a median wage of $12.03 per hour. Among New Haven residents, 30% of workers were underemployed in 2018, according to Data Haven. Things are likely going to get worse during the public health crisis that we are facing due to the coronavirus, as previous people have talked about tonight. According to predictions by economists at the Economic Policy Institute, it's not going to stop at 3 million unemployment claims. We're experiencing the beginning of an unprecedented unemployment crisis. In these challenging times, I think it's even more important for the city to work closely with employers in our city to support local hiring into good jobs. As many people face financial consequences of this crisis, I also think it will be urgent for the board and the mayor to continue steps to put in place solutions to preserve and expand affordable housing.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Estabrook.
Proceed.
Go ahead, Deny Block. Go ahead. Deny Block?
Yes, I'm here. Can you guys hear me?
Yes. Name and address for the record, please, Brittany.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Brittany Nyblack, and I live at 323 Edgewood Avenue. I am testifying tonight about the importance of job programs and access to good jobs, especially during this time of crisis. I am a mother of two, and like many residents in New Haven, I was raising my children while working many part-time jobs to make ends meet. I was literally working around the clock to cover my bills and to support my family. These jobs didn't provide sufficient benefits. I only had one job that provided a healthcare subsidy, and this was less than $100 for my entire family. I have a college degree, and I knew that I was qualified for better jobs, but it was hard to find an opportunity. I'm proud to say that I was able to find better employment opportunities and change my situation when I joined New Haven Works and quickly got a good union job at Yale University. My family became even more secure when my mother joined New Haven Works and also got a job at Yale University. These jobs provide a real living wage, and we now have access to top quality healthcare. I no longer need to constantly worry about slipping behind on my bills while working many jobs at once. Instead, I'm currently living with my mom, and I'm saving to buy a house. I'm afraid to think about me and my mother's situation if this crisis had happened over a year ago when we did not have jobs here at Yale University. We would have probably been both pushed out onto unemployment and wondering what would happen next. Sadly, I know that this situation is real for many of our residents here in New Haven. In this crisis, it is important for large employers and the city to continue supporting programs like New Haven Works. Now is the time for large employers to lead by prioritizing New Haven. The need for New Haven residents to have access to good jobs is now more important than ever. And it will mean security for families, access to health care for kids, and stability for our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nyblack. Who's next, Mr. Lucas?
Next up would be Abby Feldman / Coach Hernandez. Abby Feldman.
Abby Feldman?
Hi, I signed up for Carlos Hernandez. Carlos should be here.
Yes, thank you. My name is Carlos Hernandez, and I'm 31 New Haven. My family is challenged with affordable housing, employment, making ends meet, bills, food, and youth opportunities. If we had a better funded program, challenge and hard-hit neighborhoods of needs to progress forward. I am 24 years old and have been looking for a job for the last 2 years. With a training, we could keep making progress to secure my future. With better youth programs, my niece and nephews would have would have enriching programs after school. Instead, we struggle to provide childcare while also working multiple jobs to come up with money for rent, food, and utility. We need more programs that can help support the needs of New Haven residents. The COVID-19 has been challenging because of separating from family members, job hours being cut short, and not having enough money to supply for food nor bills. Yale should continue the efforts in working with the city of New Haven and making sure that the residents are first priority. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Ben Levine, Ben Levin. Ben Levine. Levine. Okay, after Ben is. Sorry about that, folks. Next up is Lena Eckert-Erdheim. Lena?
Yes, hello. Good evening, everyone. My name is Lena Eckert-Erdheim. I'm a graduate worker in the history department at Yale and the co-president of Local 33 Unite Here, the union for graduate employees at Yale. Like everyone in New Haven, our members are facing serious challenges because of the COVID-19 public health emergency, including the impacts of school closures, families and partners losing their jobs, and many graduate workers like myself face a lot of uncertainty about our health care and income after the semester ends in May. But we know that since we work at Yale, many of us relatively are in a position of privilege compared to many people in the New Haven community during this crisis. And we know that thousands of our neighbors are completely out of work, have lost their health care and wages, and have no idea how they're going to pay rent or bills in the coming months. A number of Local 33 organizers, including myself, are volunteering on the aid hotline set up by our union siblings in Unite Here Local 217. And we're trying to help people navigate filing for unemployment, apply for health care, and deal with harassment from landlords. Filing for unemployment can be a real headache. During the best of circumstances and during this crisis, state systems are even more backlogged and overwhelmed than usual. Even with recent federal legislation, people have no idea when they'll receive unemployment, how much they'll receive, or for how long. And now more than ever, people need strong city services. No one in New Haven right now, whether they work at Yale or not, should have to worry about how they're going to make rent, feed their kids, or if they'll be able to go to a doctor if they get sick. And to get through this crisis, New Haven's large, wealthy institutions must step up and pay their fair share. We've always stood side by side with our allies in the New Haven community. We've knocked thousands of doors alongside New Haven Rising in their Yale Respect New Haven campaign. Many of us were arrested in civil disobedience to pressure Yale and other large employers to hire New Haven residents from neighborhoods of need. And Local 33 and New Haven Rising have always said that our struggles for respect, for racial and economic justice, and for a university and a city that works for all of us are connected. And that has never been more true than it is now. Yale University is very likely to be all right financially on the other side of this pandemic. Even if the $30 billion endowment loses value, they will make it back and then some in short order, as they did after the 2008 financial crash. But years after 2008, New Haven's neighborhoods of need are still struggling with massive unemployment, displacement, and homelessness. Our city is already one of the most unequal in the country, and we cannot afford to let those inequalities deepen during this crisis. New Haven needs revenue to afford to fund affordable housing, education, healthcare, and other public services. And New Haven's most prestigious institutions, including Yale, must step up. And I realize I forgot to include my address. It's 186 Bradley Street. Thank you.
Thank you. Proceeding on, Mr. Lucas, who's next?
Next up, Alana Irvin. Alana Irvin.
Hi there, I'm Alana Irvin. I reside at 344 College Street in New Haven, Connecticut. I'm a student at Yale studying as a prospective music major currently, and I'm here to talk about how important it is for Yale to contribute to New Haven, both in this time of crisis and in the long term. Since arriving in New Haven last fall, I have been overwhelmed by all that the city has to offer. And although it has been easy to identify kindness and opportunity in New Haven, it has been impossible to ignore the detrimental impact of Yale's lack of commitment to the city. Yale and the Yale New Haven Health own $6.6 billion in non-taxable property in New Haven. This injustice exists in spite of Yale's enormous wealth and ability to contribute. Yale operated in an excess of $90 million in the last year alone, and Yale New Haven Health earned a surplus of $300 million. For students like myself, who have been given the opportunity to explore, live in, and love New Haven, this disparity is infuriating. But for students who have less experience off campus, Yale's refusal to contribute to the city sets a far more dangerous precedent. That it is acceptable to unfairly and unjustly take from a community without giving in return. When Yale teaches generations of privileged and wealthy students that this is tolerable, generations of citizens become incapable of understanding the importance of community and public education. As the daughter of two public school teachers, as well as the product of my public school district, I have known firsthand the impact of funding on public education, not just for a privileged few, but for everyone. Yale cannot preach a mission to foster and advance education while leaving its community without the resources to do so. During this crisis especially, we are able to see the interconnectedness of Yale and New Haven. Our health and safety depend on each other, and especially now, Yale leadership cannot continue to ignore the harm that the institution is causing to New Haven, and subsequently, its own students and faculty. This crisis should be a wake-up call for Yale leadership. There's no better time to make a lasting and long-term change than now. Thanks for your time and consideration, and I look forward to hearing more thoughts on this issue in the video later. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Proceeding on, next person, Mr. Lucas.
Rachel Calcutt. Rachel Calcutt. Rachel Calcutt. Okay.
Rachel with us?
Rachel is not. Next up is Kiana Flores. Kiana Flores.
Hello. So my name is Kiana Flores, and I'm in Ward 15, 101 Chatham Street. And I am a junior student at Cooperative Arts and Humanities High School. And I kind of wanted to come on here to share my thoughts, not only as a high school public student, but as a climate activist representing New Haven Youth Climate Movement. So as we know, many are struggling in New Haven. We have uncertain finances, laid off teachers, and there are many issues in our communities that have not been adequately addressed. Being a student in New Haven Public Schools and as a climate activist, I can say that most of our battles are to allocate funds so we can make lasting impacts in our neighborhood and marginalized communities. However, I understand that there are so many in need, and it is close to impossible to work on all issues at once. But I also know that New Haveners are not naysayers that don't care about climate change or our public schools. So that's why it's beyond important that we call upon Yale University to do their much needed part in New Haven. As many have mentioned, the endowment this last 2019 fiscal year ranked in $30.3 billion, and Yale has claimed to have paid the city over $139 million in voluntary payments since 1990, which means their fees over the last 30 years have only given less than 0.5% of the endowments they received just this past year, which shows that they have an enormous amount of excess that they could now give back to our community. We see it's the Yale students and New Haven residents that are pushing for Yale's divestment in Puerto Rican debt, and all of these different things that then oppose what we are trying, our message as New Haven in opposition to mitigating climate change issues. Their divestment only shows where their morals lie. So in this budgeting process, I hope these factors are taken in with a sense of urgency, because we have, again, as I said, there are many issues, especially during this COVID-19 outbreak. There are many families, many of my friends and people I personally know do not know what is going to happen to them financially during this time, especially considering that the federal grant money that was now approved for assistance is only applicable if you have a social security number, which means that if you are an immigrant in New Haven, that you will not be receiving any help federally. So again, as I said, I hope that the Alders do their part and that community leaders do their part to be allies to New Haven and our community and aid in the fight towards holding Yale accountable and funding the necessary means for issues from public education, public safety, climate mitigation, and every crisis in between. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Moving on, Mr. Lucas, who's next?
Elizabeth Kaplan. Elizabeth Kaplan. Elizabeth Kaplan.
Elizabeth, are you with us?
If not, Jim Berger. Jim Berger.
Mr. Berger?
Yes, here, and let me put myself on. Hi, yeah, I'm James Berger, and 109 Woodbridge Avenue. Right. So we, as everyone, we're in the midst of an international public health crisis, which somehow or other, presumably, we will get through, which will be costly, certainly in resources, hopefully not costly in lives so much. Once we get out of this viral thing, I think I'd like to talk a little bit about what will be our priorities. And I would say that we should redouble our efforts to combat the causes and consequences of climate change, work seriously to lower the city's carbon footprint, but recognize that the work that's needed to be done to do this is labor intensive. It requires workers, it requires people to do jobs, to retrofit and re-insulate buildings, both residential and commercial, to install solar panels, to expand a public transit system. All of these require human workers, and New Haven residents should be trained and hired to do these jobs. So that that fighting climate change and fighting poverty are not two struggles, they're one struggle. And I would urge the board to see it that way. We can and must take on both at once. The question, of course, is how to pay for it. Who's going to do this? When the city says it doesn't have money, it's true. The city really doesn't, given the way the taxation system is structured. When the state says it has no money, that's not exactly true. But that's another story, and that is, I think, the city really should commit itself to work with other urban areas with large nonprofit institutions, and get a fair taxation system for the state. That's a long-term project. In the meantime, I would agree with most of the speakers who have been speaking today that Yale University does have to step up and do its part. I mean, hopefully also we'll see some federal money if we can get a change in the administration. But this work, one way or another, must be done. And Yale, I would urge the city, and this is part of what Mayor Elliker ran on, of getting a relationship with the university, with the company and the company town, to really put itself forward in doing this, to as I say, to start taking at least an initial step in funding initiatives like the training and hiring of New Haven workers, to put in new insulation, to install solar panels, and to staff an expanded public transit system. This is the position of the New Haven Coalition for a Green New Deal. And I urge the Finance Committee to take these vital concerns seriously. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Moving on. Next person on our list, sir.
Next up is Hamza Javeri. Hamza Javeri? Hamza Javeri. Okay. If Hamza Javeri is not available.
No. Next one.
Okay. Next is my list. Give me 1 second. After Hamza is Hyclus. 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 Okay. If Hyclus
Yes,
not
Hyclus is here. I'm here.
okay, Hyclus.
Okay, thank you. My name is Hyclus Williams. I reside at 84 Stanley Street in New Haven, Connecticut. And I'm here as the president of Local 3429, representing paraprofessionals, Head Start head teachers, and other support staff in the Board of Education. Are you seeing me? I'm not seeing anyone.
We can see you fine.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. For many years, many of our locals have been comically underpaid, undervalued, and has not been making livable wages. Most of us, we live here, we work here, we pay taxes here, and we vote here. Our members are working relentlessly. We're dedicated, we're committed, and we play a very integral part on the lives of our students and families in New Haven. We're the backbone of what we do. We set up teachers and administrators of our schools to be successful. We assist with instructional support, tracking progresses, help prepare lesson plans, assembly class materials, working with special needs, knowing teachers' method, provide support and resources for family, monitor and assist with regular attendance. Some of us are Head Start teachers, and we do have the same work as the certified teachers. Over the years, the job qualification have changed the requirements, and some of us have to have college education. And most of us, I wouldn't say most of us, but a lot of us do have bachelor's degrees. It is shameful that some members have been working in the same position for over 20 years and earn just over $22,000. Cost of living in New Haven and property taxes and the rate of which the taxes are being increased has made it more difficult for members. Just to think that there is so much wealth in New Haven and we have to absorb some of their taxes is a disgrace. We must rely on second and third jobs, on community soup kitchen and other community resources to make ends meet. When compared to other large cities such as Hartford and Bridgeport, we make somewhere between $7,000 and $10,000 lower than their lowest paid workers doing the same job. My question would be, why does New Haven see it, not see it fair and reasonable that we should at least make compatible wages as other large cities in our state? Should we allow the budget to be balanced at the cost of who have the least, while others with the most are not doing their part? We're always being told there's not enough money, why we can't get a decent raise. Yet the higher categories need more of the budget than our increases. Tonight, I urge you to help remedy this situation by pumping more money into public school funding with the intent of making a significant increase to our wages. We don't want to be treated as less than. It's nice when people say we appreciate you, but that is not all. If we do not push for others to do the same, then what's the sense of even saying it? Just to state a little bit about Yale University and their wealth. Yale's wealth spurred from the backs of our foreparents that were brought here as slaves, who fertilized this organization by the sweat of their blood and tears of their dead and their dead bodies. Today, the children of the aforementioned are the ones whose sweat and tears continue to be the continued growth of this organization. How can a nonprofit organization have so much wealth? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Moving on, Mr. Lucas, who's next, please? Are you there, sir?
Gary Doyens? Gary Doyens.
Mr. Doyens, go right ahead.
I'll just say that I've heard a lot of people criticize Yale and Yale New Haven Health, and they want more money out of all those people. There is nothing this committee or the Board of Aldermen can do to get more money out of either of those organizations. Number one, you're going to have to send an emissary to both and try to cajole it out of them. Your next best bet is to beat a pathway to Hartford and change the state constitution. And everybody always says nonprofits are eating up all the tax base and all the rest of it, but nobody has the stones to go to Hartford and say, let's change the state constitution and revoke that tax exempt status, or make an amendment to it, or adjust it, or cap it, or something. So we're kind of stuck in this paradigm where we just go round and round and round, and every year we talk about it, and every year it's the same outcome, and nothing changes. So conversely, what you're faced with is either spending within the money that you have, or exceeding it and then laying on a tax increase onto those of us who can least afford it. And in this environment where thousands of New Haveners are losing their jobs, those that have jobs are on reduced wages, reduced hours, or hanging on to their jobs by a thread. Even television stations are losing millions and millions of dollars. One rep that I deal with in the advertising world wrote off or canceled $400,000 in revenue in one day. I'm telling you, there's a world of hurt out there. The idea that this committee, this mayor, and the Board of Aldermen in general would even think about a spending increase and a consequent tax increase at this time is utter foolishness. But I will say this, the mayor said he pitched this budget as one filled with budget cuts. It is not a budget cut when your overall spending increases by $12.5 million. That's a spending increase. And there's a tax increase that goes with that. So this is not a budget cutting budget. This is a budget spending increase budget. And it comes with a tax increase. And I'm here to testify, as I always do, that New Haveners are overtaxed, we're overburdened from the state, from the locals, and it just goes on, and nobody ever listens. I recommended, and I hate to be the one to say I told you so, but I told you so. When the mayor, Elliker, rolled out his budget, he blamed the costs of previous years, which I was against, and which was approved. It was the shenanigans and the one-off revenues and all the other hinky kind of financial machinery that was executed at the time testified against that. And yet you all went forward with that. And now the rooster has come home to lay the eggs or populate the hen house or whatever you want to call it. But bottom line is we can't afford another tax increase and another spending increase and money for new green deals and more education, more this and more that. I recommend you cut the budget, you bring it in line with your revenues, and then you beat a pathway to Hartford to redo the state constitution and somehow, some way, bring more money out of Yale New Haven Health and Yale University. We all know that Yale University has more money than God. And Yale New Haven Health, Yale New Haven Health has
God.
Yeah, Yale New Haven Health has about 50% of all the gross profit of every hospital in the state. So think about that. We have about 35 or 40 hospitals in this state, and Yale New Haven Health captures 50% of all the gross profit of all of those hospitals. They have a lot of money. So, but you're going to have to change it at the state level. It's not going to happen at the local level, at the levels that you want or that you think you can get. Or that, I mean, one person testified to get $100 million a year out of Yale. I mean, that's just foolishness. It's never going to happen. It's never going to happen even if you change the state constitution, if you're successful at that, because that's just a boatload of money. It's $1 billion across 10 years, and nobody's going to agree to that. But you got to rein in the spending. And with all due respect to all the people who said fund this and fund that and fund the other thing, well, then roll over and get your wallet out and start writing bigger and bigger checks, because that's exactly what it's going to take. Because this budget, just like every budget before it that I've testified on for 14 years, has never cut spending, bring it in line with revenue. It just hasn't, and it won't, and you won't. And I'm not going to make a recommendation on exactly what to do or any of that this year, because y'all don't listen to it anyway, and it doesn't really matter. So with that, I'll wrap up, and I hope you have a good set of hearings on the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Doynes.
Joel Fishman. Joel Fishman.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you and see you, ma'am. Name and address for the record.
Thank you, Joelle Fishman, 17 Hobart Street, and thank you to Alder Hamilton and the Alders. I feel compelled to comment prior to the previous speaker. The testimonies tonight have been so powerful and passionate, and they show the strength of our city, and they show the strength of what can be done if we come together with the idea that everybody's needs are important and we have to meet them as one. And I'm coming just to share a small comment tonight about seniors and retirees, which is informed by my participation through the New Haven People Center in the Alliance for Retired Americans, and also informed by my being a caregiver for my own mother. And first, I want to appreciate all of the hard work that the Elderly Services Commission of the city, Elderly Services Department of the city performs with the resources that they have, which is not the resources that are needed. And I see that when I participate at the Dixville New Hall Seniors. I see that, but it needs to be much more. And the needs are very, very great for seniors, for our city, but I'm speaking of seniors in particular this evening. And of course, they're even greater now in this crisis, even how to get food, how to survive through this time and through this stress for our elders. And I wanted to just mention one small example of that is these stimulus checks that are supposed to come of $1,200. You have to have filed taxes in order to get the stimulus check. But my mom, who's 98, and most of her contemporaries haven't filed taxes for years because their income is so small. And so now they're being asked to suddenly file taxes so they can get the assistance. You know, how is that going to happen? They're going to require a lot of help. It's just one small example. And I want to also mention especially non-citizen elders who won't even have the opportunity of getting any check along with their families or any of the assistance that's being offered from the COVID-19 crisis. So we really have to come together as a community, and we must look out for our elders in the process. And in the center of our city is this institution, this grand institution that has a $30 billion endowment. How about that? What a contrast, what a stark and unjust contrast. So Yale University does contribute, but it's small contribution, and it needs to be greatly increased in order to meet the reality of the use of city services that they employ, and the use of all of the land that's non-taxable that they occupy. And in order to be part of a community as a neighbor, because if you're surrounded by poverty and injustice, then you yourself, Yale University, are that much less. So I just will wind up my comments by saying that we want our seniors to live a life of dignity. They have given us, we walk on their shoulders, and we want our elders to be able to survive in this crisis. And so in the process of looking at this entire budget and all of the challenges we have, seniors have to be in the mix, but Yale University must live up to its moral and proper responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Fishman. Next person on our queue, please.
Adrian Huck. Adrian Huck.
Right here.
Name and address for the record, please.
Adrian Huck. My address is 19 Commodore Hall Drive in Derby.
Proceed, please.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Adrian, and I'm a student at Metropolitan Business Academy in New Haven. When I heard the New Haven public libraries were being closed indefinitely for COVID-19, I was crushed. I, along with many other young people, rely on these libraries for resources I wouldn't otherwise be able to access. I'm typically there nearly every day after school, taking advantage of their internet access, books, and more. The library has been essential to my life as a student and has become a second home. It's provided me access to computer design programs I don't have at home, a welcoming teen center, youth programming, a location for meetings, and even a place to stay while I wait for the bus. I've taken advantage of their many offerings, from virtual reality classes to their amplifying of other teen opportunities around the city. I'm so grateful for the resources the public library has provided me, but still, comparing the Ives main library to other branches, such as the Stenson Library on Dixwell, we can see upsetting differences in resources and funding. All branches of the library deserve adequate funding in order to provide people of all ages access to reading and learning materials and other programming. I urge you to continue to pour funding into our libraries, especially towards the non-main branches. No matter what neighborhood you live in, you should be able to access a library with adequate materials and space to serve your community. Continued and better funding of our libraries will have a positive effect on youth and adults alike, providing them with the resources, programs, and skills they need to thrive. But more than my community and youth resources, my education is important to me. Our schools are already facing the negative effects of reduced funding, and we cannot neglect our children's futures. We students deserve a quality public education, and this cannot be achieved if we keep chipping away at our public schools funding. I would also like to take this opportunity to connect our unprecedented crisis we are facing now to that of the climate crisis. Just as COVID-19 has exposed and amplified our problems our community is facing, so will climate disaster. The climate crisis continues to be urgent even in the midst of a global health crisis. Climate disasters have already hit parts of America, and there is only a matter of time before we are affected too. We must build a physically and socially resilient city now with a strong safety net so people will not have to worry about the same issues around housing, putting food on the table, and more when disaster strikes. We know communities of color and low-income communities are hit hardest by climate change, forcing people out of their homes and increasing hunger and poverty. A livable climate and social equity are necessary. Current city climate efforts are not enough and not at a fast enough pace to align with our rapid environmental destruction. Alders, I urge you to continue your support towards allocating city funding towards climate and work to follow the Green New Deal model to address the many underlying societal and economic inequity we face, as well as the climate crisis. I hope the city will look into asking more of Yale to help our shared city become more climate resilient, help fund our schools and libraries, and more. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Adrian. Mr. Lucas, who's next on our queue?
I think I am. My name is John Lee. I live at 699 Elm Street, Florida 2. Work for the education nonprofit LEAP in the Dixwell and New Hallville neighborhoods. I graduated from Yale in 2018, and I currently live in the Edgewood neighborhood. Although my family lives in my hometown of Baltimore, I consider New Haven my home. Working for LEAP, I have the privilege to work alongside 16 incredible New Haven high school and college students. We mentor and care for our 100 children ages 7 to 12. Our children are resilient despite their circumstances, underfunded school programs, a lack of safe spaces to play and just be kids, strained finances at home and beyond. As I bike from the LEAP office in Fairhaven through downtown New Haven to Dixwell every day, the disparity in care for basic infrastructure is intense. Huge shifts in the quality of simple things like road maintenance are visible and emblematic of the fact that equal opportunity does not exist for our children. Few recognize this or seem willing to address intense disparity with action, especially those who hold wealth and power. Throughout this past fall, children at King Robinson, where we work out of, often told me they were hungry after school and asked for more snacks. We only had pretzel sticks and animal crackers to feed them. Some of our kids, like Maya and Kylie, were so hungry they told counselors that being hungry was causing them to disrupt class or get into fights. This pained me, especially when I remembered that a mile away are luxurious buffet-style Yale dining halls where I used to eat my fill and watch plenty of food go to waste. This spring, I'm really grateful that we were able to implement an after-school supper program for our 5 LEAP sites in Fairhaven, the Hill neighborhood, Dwight, and the Dixwell neighborhood, feeding 300 kids daily meals with good entrees, vegetables, and fruit options. This supper program is state funded and has real benefits for our kids. They can enjoy a meal, focus better in class, run around, and have fun. But this supper program wasn't something that other LEAP staff members had previously thought of or considered possible. And I believe this is just one example of how we perceive or assume scarcity in New Haven. In our city, how we assume there really isn't enough to go around. I think we all can acknowledge that in reality, that's not true. There's an abundance of resources and wealth in our city. It's just amassed and sat on by Yale, who save an additional annual $150 million in tax exemptions. Shouldn't our city budget reflect abundance, especially when this affects our ability to provide for our children, and especially when our children are our clearest source of hope, joy, and resilience? When Ms. Addie Kimbrough, whom you'll hear from later, came to King Robinson to speak to our 11 and 12-year-old girls, she asked our girls what they would change about the neighborhoods they live in. The sad reality is that most of our girls don't feel safe enough on their blocks to spend time outside, walking around or hanging out with their friends. Some girls address cars racing outside their neighborhoods. Others mention names of parks where people are known to shoot. One of our amazing counselors spoke to her own deeply painful experiences, watching her brother turn to the streets, the consequences of bullet holes through her bedroom walls, and ultimately her brother's lifetime imprisonment. As a high school student, she made the connection between this tragedy in her own life and a lack of after-school programming and services for teenagers in her community. She our city budget be able to make this connection and be able to prioritize these services for our youth. Now, our children are already at a huge disadvantage when it comes to their education, and we're seeing how hard it is for families to adapt to remote learning without access to laptops, decent Wi-Fi, data plans. Without rapid strategic moves to address these disparities, our children will fall further behind. As the most powerful resident of New Haven, Yale ought to address the incredible disparity between privileges and resources afforded to Yale affiliates and those that just don't exist for non-Yale affiliated residents in New Haven. Being a good neighbor can mean many things, but not paying taxes that could address the basic needs of one's neighbors is the clear mark of a bad neighbor. As an institution, Yale has historically failed to serve as an ally and advocate for New Haven residents, many of whom have worked as essential Yale employees. I've heard unanimously from friends, coworkers, and our families in Dixwell that Yale doesn't do enough for New Haven, that Yale doesn't pay its fair share. And I've also heard unanimously the sad belief that this won't change. Now, any child at our site, from a 7-year-old to a 12-year-old, will tell you that the government should represent its people. So shouldn't New Haven elected officials do their best to address Yale on behalf of their constituents, and at least on behalf of our children? Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, sir. Moving on. Next
Lauren
on our
An-
list.
Lauren Anderson. Lauren Anderson. Lauren Anderson.
Hello, sorry about that. I'm here.
evening.
Good evening. Thank you for your leadership and service, especially during unsettling times such as these. I'm here to speak on 2 issues, which in my mind are related. The first is to sing the praises.
Name and address for the record, please.
Oh, sorry. Lauren Anderson, 946 Elm Street. Thank you. The first issue is to sing the praises of our national medal-winning New Haven Free Public Library. I'm a proud board member who has learned a lot from the role about how dedicated library staff are, how much they do for this city, and how hard they work despite salaries, frankly, that haven't risen as they should over years and don't compare well to peer systems. I'm also a satisfied patron who sought the library as a refuge, a resource for my own learning, and an avenue for quenching my insatiable appetite for books. I'm here to advocate for the library I love and specifically for it to receive what it desperately needs in this budget cycle. Last year, online and in person, our library served nearly 900,000 visitors. Branches are hubs of social interaction and knowledge generation. Situated in neighborhoods which they serve uniquely and well, they are literally an essential circulation system, facilitating learning across the lifespan and the city. Libraries are fundamentally human enterprises, and so nothing matters more to their success than the people who make them work, in person and virtually, for us. These days, we find ourselves inundated with information via the internet, social media, 24-hour news. Librarians and library staff are the best equipped to help us access the quality resources we need, and we need them desperately. As one author famously quipped, Google can bring you back 100,000 answers, a librarian can bring you back the right one. The 2 requested full-time positions, 1 teen and young adult librarian and 1 library technology assistant, are vital to maximizing the collective investment of the $2 million Stetson campaign, of which $1.9 million is already raised, and the promise of the Q House for Dixwell, Newhallville, and beyond. With an anticipated opening in March of 2021, these positions must be funded now, at minimum at 50%. I also hope that all will reconsider the proposed $100,000 cut to the library's collection budget, equivalent to 4,000 books or half of the e-resources budget. This proposed cut offers an easy segue into my second point. Why is our city in a position of having to cut from something as sacred as the library? In order to ensure that essential public goods like libraries get their fair share of the city budget, the city needs its richest private residents to kick in their fair share to that budget. I'm appalled at Yale's continued disrespect of New Haven. I'm appalled that it prioritized mid-pandemic the protection of personal property over the public good. I'm appalled that it needs to be publicly shamed into doing right by the essential workers of this city, which it supposedly calls home and profits from mightily. I'm appalled that as a resident, I pay a higher proportion of taxes than my alma mater, and that as an alum, I was asked to give in order to get Yale to match my donation. What if Yale just matched my property taxes by paying its own? A city of this size with such profitable nonprofits should not have to think about cutting $100,000 from its public library. It should not have to beg for access to empty dorms during a public health crisis. It should not have to settle for sanctimonious crumbs. That's the opposite of light and truth. A city budget that can support a funded library system with extended hours and fully staffed branches open every day. Public schools with teachers, nurses, librarians, and counselors. Job programs and apprenticeships, fair contracts and fair housing, a shared tax burden. That's light, that's truth. Please fund our beloved New Haven Free Public Library, especially the 2 positions under consideration. And please hold Yale accountable and call on us as residents and alumni to support you in that effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lauren Anderson. Next on our list.
Miss Ornella John. Ornella John. Ornella John.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. This is Ornella John, 58 Liberty Street. Hi, my name is Ornella John. I'm a 29-year-old resident of New Haven, the Hill region. I'm also a single mother of a 5-year-old and a full-time employee at the Omni New Haven Hotel, and a member of the Union United Here Local 217. Our country is going through a health pandemic because of the coronavirus, and as the virus spreads rapidly, we as a community are taking many losses. A lot of people are being laid off of their jobs unannounced and are left to wonder how they're going to pay their bills. The increase in unemployment cases that are currently being put into the system have left so many people to play the waiting game. Many of my associates at Omni New Haven Hotel wish that Omni could have done some more to help out their employees who have dedicated years to the establishment. Many associates are left wondering now how would they pay their medical premiums so that they can make sure their health is a top priority. I think we as a community can learn from this and try to make changes for a better future. I think you should make resources available to families who are in need of extreme help at this time. I live in the Hill and I see every day how the community needs more resources for affordable housing. Many families cannot afford to live in a good apartment and are subjected to staying in worse conditions. Landlords need to be held responsible for making sure their tenants are living in a safe and comfortable environment. I have started looking for a better apartment for me and my daughter, and I'm having a hard time. We see many buildings being built around New Haven, but the rent prices cater to upper class individuals. What about people who are struggling to make ends meet? We need more apartments with low rent, and New Haven needs to provide more assistance to help families afford a safe place to stay. We also need more assistance to give people of low income the skills they need to get jobs, more job training classes to give people the skills they need to enter the workforce and to build a better future. We also need to provide better assistance with helping families with special needs children. My daughter has autism and I found it very hard to get her the help that she needs. It's very hard to find resources and many are not easily accessed by families. The places we can find have very long wait lists. The children are our future and we must provide them with the necessities while they're young so they can have a healthy, growing future. New Haven needs more revenue because my family and families like mine need help. We are not asking for anything unreasonable. All I am asking is for you to look into these issues and see where improvement can be made, and hopefully we can build a better community. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next on our list, Mr. Lucas.
Madam Chair, before we continue, I wanted to just briefly say thank you for everybody who's testified. Folks have done mostly a very nice job of staying within the 3-minute time limit. But I would want to remind people of that 3-minute time limit. For testimony, the alders on this committee the public hearing is only half of the meeting. We have to hear from departments yet, and it's already getting late. So we would remind folks who are on board to testify, please, to keep your remarks to 3 minutes or less. Thank you.
Moving on.
Ms. Addie Kimbrough. Addie Kimbrough.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Addie Kimbrough. I live at 113 Shepherd Street in New Hallville. I'm gonna make okay.
That's to put on top of the
Try to make this short. I volunteer for the City of New Haven 2026 census complete. The reason why I wanted to speak is because I went to King Robinson. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, and I can hear your grandbaby in the background too.
No, it's not
Mr.
mine.
Lucas, could you
It's the lady
please
before me.
mute Ms. John? Thank you.
It's the lady before me.
Okay.
Yes, please mute her microphone, Mr. Lucas.
Right. Thank you. Continue, ma'am.
I do have a great grandson and a great granddaughter. So, what I was going to say is I went to King Robinson to speak to the LEAP program.
Stop it.
To speak to the LEAP program and the young ladies there, ages 7 to 12. When I was there, I asked the question, what would they do with their neighbor, about their neighborhood, and what they would change about their neighborhood. And this was already said, they would change so that they could go outside and be able to play or, you know, feel comfortable. Then I asked the question, what would they change about their school? And they knew about the virus that is going around. And one young lady said, we don't have hot water. We don't have soap. We don't have paper towels. How are we supposed to combat something if we don't have these things? So my thing is, that was a good question. And the next day, I talked to the mayor and the hot water was turned on in the schools. I'm not gonna go into Yale because I don't think we're gonna get any more money from Yale. My neighborhood, we're overtaxed. We can't get the sidewalks done. We can't get the trees cut. We can't get speed bumps. I've done petitions on my whole street, which is Shepherd Street. And with the virus now, the sidewalks are not gonna get done. Maybe next year, we're not gonna get the speed bumps, which are greatly needed. And to me, now I'm going away from that. If the Board of Education would stop fighting and stop asking for salary increases and try to be role models to our young people, maybe it would be better for everyone involved. That's all I gotta say. I'm not a speaker, but I try to get my point across. And raising taxes on people that can't afford it in the New Hallville community, a lot of people are just willing to sell their houses because they're not able
to pay the taxes. And I feel this is what Yale wants, to get the lower income out of New Haven so that they can do what they want, and they would be paying more taxes if it wasn't for the Alders passing every bill or everything that they put in front of them, because it has to be passed by the Alders before they can own a whole street or they can build another building. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am.
Oops. Next up is Charlie Taylor. Charlie Taylor.
Hi, thank you. My name is Charlie Taylor. I live at 241 Ellsworth Avenue. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Okay, great. All right. I want to start by thanking everyone here for their contributions to New Haven and its residents. I've been at Yale for 3 years, which means I'm not considered an employee despite doing the work of one. The point of the casual position was to get people into full-time work at Yale. My supervisor is told constantly, despite her insistence to the contrary, that there's no need for regular employees. This is the best paying job that I've been able to find in the area, so I've had to work around a schedule in which I'm on call indefinitely and subject to gaps in employment. To supplement my income while not at Yale, Restaurant Roya, alongside of other jobs, all of which have been stripped of stability, benefits, and real opportunity for advancement. Due to the statewide quarantine and my employment status, I now find myself without income, without prospects, and increasingly without hope. These are issues that I and so many others have been facing for far longer than this crisis. It's time we reimagine and deepen our commitments to each other. Too many are out of work, unsure when work will come again, and uncertain if our jobs will still exist. If I'd been officially hired to do that job that I've been doing for years, a great deal would be different for me. There are too many people like me being forced to scrape together a living from multiple unsustainable jobs, jobs which provide no benefit or stability. I believe we deserve more, and I believe New Haven deserves more. We shouldn't have to decide which vital public resources will be underfunded or cut. New Haven is either, depending on who you ask, spending too much or underfunded. It seems to me that this is a false dichotomy. New Haven does not spring forth out of a vacuum. It's the people of New Haven that have made it what it is. We are the resources needed to make New Haven what it can be and should be. We are invested in the city and its institutions. We deserve the same in return. Should be helping to fund outreach and support, whether it's allowing the use of dorms for first responders, providing workers the means to keep them safe and healthy, or work. I call upon Yale directly because I've seen how the choices made there affect all of New Haven. We'd have been better prepared to face this crisis if more residents had good jobs, healthcare, and stable housing. Yale can and should partner with the city on these issues. Hiring the community benefits Yale as much as it does the city's residents. These issues are interconnected, and we are interconnected. Yale has benefited from a prolonged divide between the university and the city. It's this separatist mentality that breeds an unsustainable living for all of us. We are in a pandemic with an economic crisis looming, the second in my lifetime. I worry what New Haven will look like after all this. The smaller businesses that make up this community are struggling. We need neighbors like Yale to help us weather this storm, not out of a sense of charity, but in a spirit of reciprocity with the understanding and belief that we are worth the effort. I sincerely hope we can not only overcome this crisis together, but learn from it. Thank you.
All right, next up is Ivor Johnson. Ivor Johnson. Ivor Johnson.
Hello, everyone. How are you this evening? Thank you so much. I'm Ivor Johnson.
I live at 113 Rock Creek Road in New Haven. I am a ward chair for Ward 30, and I'm also a part of the Democratic Town Committee. I have seen firsthand what's happened to my community, especially when the COVID virus took control. We have a newly formed homeless population in our community. They had to be dispersed by police officers. They have nowhere to go. They have no food. They have nowhere to sleep. They've actually decided to build a small area on the other side of Whaley Avenue, close to Blake Street, so that they can lay their heads down and go to sleep. This is not fair. In a city like New Haven, this should not exist. We also have elderly population in my community where we've had to go door to door and make sure that they were okay, they had enough food, and they felt safe. I've heard that they are so upset that they're not able to even travel back and forth to even meet their basic needs. This is not fair. We live in a community that really has been isolated, and due to this COVID virus, it's been more isolated, and that should not happen. I've heard from single mothers who've had to have their older siblings care for the younger siblings, and the older siblings are going to school at home, and the single mothers are going to work. This is a struggle, and we have a struggle out here that needs to stop. Now, I want to take everybody back to when you were a teenager. When you were a teenager, didn't you really demand what you wanted, and you wouldn't stop? You were relentless. And my belief is that we need to be relentless because Yale needs to do their fair share. They need to share. They are the biggest, they are the richest corporation that we have in this community, and they need to do their part. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Moving on.
Next up is Jay Wan. Jay Wan.
Is that Jay Wan Carter?
Just has a name in his Wan.
I think so.
Jay Wan. All right. So Jay Wan.
I'm here, guys.
Okay, let's go.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can.
Yes, we can. Your name and address
Okay,
for the
great.
record, sir?
Yes, J1 Carter, 104, 106 Poplar Street.
Proceed, sir.
With this process, many folks are crying out, asking for more, and it's justified that we do need more. It's also could be shown that we actually have enough to give more. We have the ability to make room for more. And what we're going through right now, it seems as though we're part of some type of social economic Darwinism, where the strongest can survive. And the strongest in this particular case is about economics. As you can hear, many folks are trying to survive. Many folks are trying to keep afloat. But in this particular crisis, we need more help from our neighbors. One of those neighbors is Yale University. The fact that the latest report have shown that 60% of New Haven itself is non-taxed, we have to now make sure that the
We lost you, sir.
the fact that hopefully this crisis will pass. Yes.
Go ahead. We lost you for a second.
Oh, sorry about that. And hopefully this crisis will come to pass. We will be in a position where we can now also think about how did we get here. The fact that we also have to continue to make sure that small businesses locally are getting the opportunity to not only be vendors, a part of the biggest institution financially, which is Yale University and the hospital, but we have the ability to continue to thrive. And thank you so much. Have a nice day.
All right. Next up is Elsie Chapman. Elsie Chapman.
Good evening, Elsie Chapman, 42 Academy Street in New Haven, and I am the president of the New Haven Free Public Library Foundation. Good evening to all of you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I agree with the mayor when he says the state of our city is that it's underfunded. And I agree when he says these are very challenging times for our city and that from a budgetary standpoint, things will be very difficult in the coming fiscal year. But I also agree with my 98-year-old mother when she says, don't throw out the baby with the bathwater. In other words, don't make the avoidable mistake of rejecting or harming something good while trying to get rid of something bad. The New Haven Free Public Library is the city of New Haven's baby. Perhaps not the city's only baby, but certainly a critical baby. In good times, in bad times, and certainly in these times, the New Haven Free Public Library stands as a beacon and a bulwark in our community, free and open to all. And even now, with our doors closed because of COVID-19, the library still serves the New Haven community through a virtual library with the availability of electronic books, films, audio books, and services, as well as services for homework help and activities to keep young minds occupied and engaged. Over the years, I've stressed that per capita funding for the library is well below that of other Connecticut cities, as well as below the statewide average. This translates into a gap of over $1 million when compared with the rest of the state. The idea has been proposed to the Finance Committee to fund the library at a penny on the dollar. In other words, fund the library at 1% of the city's general fund budget. This was also included as one of the recommended goals made by the Mayor's Transition Team Task Force. The closest we've gotten is 80 cents on the dollar back in fiscal year 17. This proposed budget takes us even further away from that task force recommended goal. It brings us to 68 cents on the dollar. But I'm not going to push this time to get our nationally recognized award-winning library its fair share of the city's budget. I am, however, going to push for two things. First, funding the absolutely necessary 2 full-time staff positions for the new Stetson Library, currently planned for a March 2021 opening. Thanks to the New Haven community, the Library Foundation is just about completing its $2 million Stetson campaign. The New Haven community embraced our campaign goal with the understanding that the city was committed to the new library, including the increased staffing needs, especially since the library occupies 2 floors. We need those 2 positions. And secondly, restore the $100,000 proposed cut from the library's collection budget. $100,000 is a rounding error in the city's $569,115,000 budget. But for the library, a $100,000 cut amounts to a cut of 4,000 books that can circulate system-wide, or amounts to half of our electronic resources budget that circulate remotely. A $100,000 cut will have a significant impact on both the quantity and quality of materials the library can offer. With all that the library and the foundation have accomplished over the past 5 years, including the implementation of I², opening the Tinker Lab, opening the Orchard Cafe in partnership with Concat, and winning the Institute of Museum and Library Services National Medal, so much with a woefully inadequate staff that continues to push for and achieve excellence. The New Haven Free Public Library has earned the right to have these 2 requests honored by the Board of Alders. To do less sends the wrong message to the library and to the citizens of New Haven. Thank you.
Very well. Thank you, Mrs. Chapman.
Brian Reyes is next. Brian Reyes.
Yes. Hello. My name is Brian Reyes. New Haven address is 122 Wall Street. I'm a junior at Yale University. I'm an undergrad there. And so I'm here to talk about the relationship between Yale and New Haven's budget. So during my time at Yale, I've dedicated a large portion of my time to Connecticut Students for a Dream, or C4D, and largely some other community organizations and community groups that advocate both within New Haven and throughout Connecticut. C4D specifically works within the immigrant community. So I participated in a lot of C4D's New Haven work, such as leading the organization's voter registration efforts in the city prior to the 2018 midterm elections. And as part of this work, I got to meet students and teachers at different schools in the area, including various high schools and at Gateway Community College. And as someone who myself is from a working class community of color in New York City, New Haven began to remind me of home. Issues that I saw people facing looked too similar to problems that I remember growing up around. And as a Yale student and as a New Haven resident for most of the year, I can firmly say that if Yale can alleviate any of the obstacles that New Haven and its people are facing, I believe that it should. While Yale may hold up the community activities of some of its undergraduates as evidence of its commitment to New Haven, I want to agree with the point made by Yale undergrads Ali Bauman and Grace Whittington in The Independent, that Yale undergraduates cannot be the only source of the relationship between the university and the city. First of all, and I know this from personal experience, we sometimes face obstacles in dedicating ourselves wholly and completely to our work in New Haven, such as conflicts from our class schedules, commitments to activities on campus, and the fact that our time in New Haven is unfortunately temporary. Secondly, and most importantly, or rather more importantly, our participation in volunteer and community-based programs and other similar initiatives throughout the city is simply no substitute for the incredible material impact that millions of dollars from Yale would make, especially over the long term. And third, in times of crisis like this, Yale's vast resources puts it in a special position to offer help as a whole institution, such as through actions like allowing the city to use the space if necessary. So in short, in terms of time and scale, Yale can't shy away from the fact that there are no replacements for, one, a consistent and a long-term change to the material financial relationship between Yale and New Haven. And secondly, there's no replacement for the unique resources that the university can mobilize in these times of crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Moving on.
Next up is, next up, where am I? Next up, Andrea Downer. Andrea Downer. Andrea Downer. Andrea Downer.
I'm coming. Where's my...
We can hear you, so if you wanna.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yeah.
we can.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Good evening. I just wanted to just speak on
Ms.
behalf
Downer,
of...
can you start with just giving us your name and address for the record,
Sorry,
please?
Andrea Downer, 140 Westerly Road.
Okay, continue.
So I wanted to say just a couple of things. Since Yale considers New Haven home, then this is the time now for Yale to truly start loving their neighbors by giving New Haven the attention and assistance that it truly deserves. Yes, Yale has blessed New Haven with brick facade, beautiful vintage, modern, contemporary architectural buildings, but this has been indirectly on the backs of New Haven taxpayers. While the city is using its resources to address this pandemic, it is a more fitting time for Yale to help New Haven out, considering that they do not pay any taxes on their 6.6 billion valued properties. It is not enough just to raise 5 million, when it is my hopes that that figure does not include the administrative fees that the agencies that the money is going to be channeled through will consume prior to New Haven seeing any funds. Yale thrives in New Haven while the people in New Haven do not. I encourage our Board of Alders to encourage Yale to start treating their neighbors, which is us, with respect, considering that we have actually bear the burdens of Yale's small to large projects. Also, Yale should help us beautify our homes, stay in our homes, and help educating our children, especially during the trying times that we have during this pandemic. There's so much that is needed as we are in this crisis together. Yale seriously needs to do their part. And that's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Moving on.
Dennis Filippi.
Mr. Dennis Filippi, are you on?
Yes, I am.
Name and address for the record, sir.
Good evening, Ms. Hamilton. It's Dennis Filippi, 223 Alden Avenue, New Haven, Connecticut, 06515.
Thank you. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you for your time this evening. I think it's fantastic that the Board of Alders is presenting tonight's meeting via Zoom. I have a couple of requests. I would ask the board if they would commit to the following this evening. Will you commit to broadcasting live all future public meetings? Will you commit to fixing the audio at the Board of Alder chambers? Will you commit to providing a projector so that all participants at future Board of Alder chamber meetings can view any presentations? Will you commit to allowing the public to sit closer during meetings held at the Board of Alder chambers? And will you allow those making public comment during meetings held at the Board of Alder chambers? Will you allow those people to sit and face the public instead of sitting with their back to the public? What I'm asking for is for something similar to what we have this evening to be done in real time downtown at the Board of Alders. I'm glad that the Board of Alders have been brought into the 21st century with regards to technology and presentations. And I think we'd like to see it carried forward. So that's my first request. My second request is I'm enjoying this evening's Zoom chat, but I think it would help the conversation if all of us were allowed to comment in the group chat section. Now, I understand that the Board of Alders chat bot is asking us to refrain from commenting, but I think as part of the democratic process, it would be helpful if people were allowed to comment in real time on the conversation, just as we would if we were sitting in the chambers. And my other request is if we could get each member from the Board of Alders after tonight's meeting or at the very end to provide us with a little bit of your feedback when it comes to the budget that was proposed by Mayor Elicker back on the 1st of March. To my knowledge, I haven't seen any public comment regarding the budget that was submitted. Maybe I missed it, but I read the Register, New Haven Independent, watch Channel 8 almost every day. I haven't seen any official comment on the proposed tax increase, the budget priorities, and where the Board of Alders stand with respect to the budget. Do you plan on passing it as is with minor changes? Do you believe that we need a higher tax increase, that the tax increase is too high, that the priorities outlined by Mayor Elicker are in line with what the board is thinking? It's been silenced. And I guess my last comment is, and I'm not sure if this is a Board of Alder issue or a city issue, but we're 3 weeks into this pandemic and we probably have another 4 or 7 weeks to go. And I'm looking for a place that I can go to online, digital, where we could find out and understand what's in operation within the city. So we know essential services, police and fire working, of course. We see Mayor Elicker every day, but I don't know about the other. And we understand. I see the meals being delivered by the Board of Education and the school system. They're doing a great job. I understand the buses aren't running, but how about the other departments? Is LCI working? have employees been furloughed? Is there any plan to furlough them? Are employees being encouraged to take vacation time so that when they come back, they'll have the time, they won't have to take vacation time, they'll be able to use their work hours? And then lastly, what, if anything, do you foresee as the major impact on the budget from this COVID crisis? And one last request, because I've testified for a number of years now at the budget hearings, and I always ask a lot of questions. And some of them are rhetorical, and I don't expect the rhetorical questions to be answered. And some of them are sarcastic. I understand that. But some of them are serious. But I never get an answer. Nobody ever goes back and says, oh, that was a good question. Let's find out why, for example, the cell phone budget for the police department is going up at a time when the cell phone plans for most people are going down. A year ago, I asked what's going on with the parking meter revenue. Silence. And so I would ask, not only for me, but also for, I'm wrapping it up, Adam. For everybody who's presented this evening, who's asked questions, will the board commit to taking the questions and getting an answer and getting back to the public? And I thank you for your time this evening, everyone.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Moving on.
All right, we have a hand up from Ms. Patricia Kane.
Patricia Kane, am I unmuted?
Yes, ma'am.
Good, okay. Patricia Kane, 731 Quinnipiac Avenue, New Haven, Connecticut. I want to thank all the board members for their work, their ongoing work, and the time that they give up from their lives and their families. And I also want to do a shout out to the mayor and his team. Everyone has been working very hard. I hope they're getting rest because we want them to remain healthy. So I'm going to be brief. I want to speak first about my little corner of New Haven, which is Fairhaven Heights. The proposed tax increase will be an even further burden than the previous tax increase on property was. I'm in a neighborhood where the value of real estate has decreased in the last 30 years. I've only lived here 2.5, but I'm aware of blighted properties, people who can't pay their taxes as it is, and definitely won't be able to pay tax increases. One of my neighbors, for instance, he and his wife both work a number of jobs. They don't have any one permanent job to support them, and they're not young people. And the husband pays $1,200 a month for his medical insurance and has a $12,000 deductible should he fall ill. This is the reality of the two Americas that we live in. Connecticut, as you know, is #1 in income inequality. And New Haven is really representative of America at this time in history, where a few have more than they could possibly need, and many don't have the basics for their existence. This is not the world I was born into or grew up in most of my life, but this is where we are. So basically, we can't afford a lot of things right now. When I see the Board of Alders approve a lot of programs, I know they're voting with their hearts. We all want the best for our neighbors. We all want to reach out and help people. But the reality is New Haven is broke. We can't do more. And yet it's painful to say we should do less. So where does that leave us? It leaves us in a situation where no mayor can solve the budget problems and no Board of Alders can. The reality is 60% of our land is untaxable. We have a behemoth called the Yale Corporation and its sibling, the Yale New Haven Health, it's now called. who basically are really living off the people of New Haven. Don't take my word for it. I would refer you to read the 1985 Tax Revision Commission report. It was headed by economist Rick Wolf, found all over YouTube. I'm getting a signal on my screen that I was muted for a minute there. And basically, we have two choices. We have to change the law that gives a tax exemption that was started in the 18th century when there were no colleges in Connecticut and young men were educated in Europe. That's when the origin of the tax exemption. Now we have state universities, we have private colleges. The need for these exemptions has expired, particularly when you've heard tonight about people from all neighborhoods in town, about unmet needs, basic needs. We know programs have been cut. We know, for instance, Parks and Rec used to do wonderful waterfront programs in the summer for children down at the river. They haven't been able to do that for years. So the quality of life has been eroding, even as the taxes have been increasing. I don't blame any politician for that, but the law is out of date. We have the power. We need to go to Hartford. Everyone who has mentioned that, I'm with you. I'm ready to go up. We should have volunteer advocates from the residents of the city of New Haven go up to the state legislature for a week, talk to those legislators, get either a repeal of the tax exemption or full pilot funding, payment in lieu of taxes. We've never had that. So these are tough times. I know people are feeling discouraged, but for those of you who were ever involved in the Change the Name movement, what I learned was when people get together, they have the power, they make the change. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Lucas, I believe we're at the end of our list, are we not?
Are we at the end of our list?
We are at the end of what I have. Yes, sir. Well, Annie Castro, hang on. Annie Castro had signed up. Annie Castro?
Yep.
Want to testify, Annie Castro? Annie Castro. Annie Castro.
Yep, here. Sorry about that.
Okay, you're right.
Oh. All right, my name is Ann Castro and I live at 359 Norton Street. Until very recently, I had 2 stable jobs working as a childcare provider and as a bartender at a restaurant. Before the crisis hit, one of my biggest challenges was working 2 jobs while going back to school. Like most New Haven residents, I was caught in a catch-22. Higher wage work would have allowed me to work 1 job while going to school, but additional training seemed necessary to get higher wage work. So doing many in what our city do, I spread myself thin to get the income I needed to get by while getting the necessary training for a new career. Despite the challenges of doing so much, I enjoy my work and appreciated the services that I was able to provide for many families. Although my situation was challenging, the crisis has made it worse. I have been laid off from both of my jobs. I find myself in the same position as many childcare providers and workers in the service industry. It is hard to understate how much this crisis has impacted our city's economy and disrupted workers' lives. We're going to need extraordinary city and state programs that will help get people and their lives back on track. I'm also worried about childcare in New Haven. I work at a daycare that has many Yale-affiliated parents. The child-to-teacher ratio in this daycare is very low, and we're able to provide significant support for the childhood and the children and their development. It has always bothered me that daycares like the one I work in are inaccessible for most children in New Haven. Even now, children in some daycares are receiving education from their providers online, but many children lack this access and are with parents who have to work full-time. I understand the importance of early childhood education, and I believe that in a city with institutions like Yale, we should have universal early childhood education. My fear now is that the crisis could eventually move us even further back. Childcare providers and daycares are now struggling to survive. And when this crisis ends, parents may have even less options and high quality childcare might be even more inaccessible. Although the public health emergency is a strain on our state and city, we're going to need even more services to help our community recover from such devastating economic crisis. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone else on the list? Anyone that we might have missed?
I don't have anyone on the list.
Okay.
If there are people who wanted to testify that did not.
This is your opportunity. If you have not testified and you wish to testify, let us know now. And for a second time, if you have not testified and you wish to testify, let us know now. And for a third time, if you have not testified and would like to testify, please let us know now.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, before a motion is appropriate, I think it's important for me to mention quickly some testimony that we received in our email address in advance. And I'll just quickly summarize the testimony that we received.
Okay, yes, please.
There's an email from Sam Zacher of 783 Orange Street, who wants Yale to do more to help the city.
Okay.
The entirety of comments will be in the record. There's a comment from Marvin Durogine of 3 Provincial Place. He is making the case that Yale and Yale New Haven should do more to help the city.
Okay.
There is an email from Acadia Kocher from 313 St. John Street. This person thinks that Yale should do more, Yale and Yale New Haven should do more in the city's fiscal crisis and in the pandemic. There's an email from Eric Maroney, 34 Barnett Street. He feels that Yale's voluntary contribution is inadequate, that we need more support from the university to fund the city's needs. There is a message from Jalen King, no address, a Yale undergraduate who wants Yale to repurpose all of its unutilized facilities to serve residents during this time of the COVID-19 crisis. He wants Yale to ensure that New Haven has the basic financial resources to meet city's needs without a tax increase. And he wants Yale to come to the table in partnership to craft a long-term lasting solution. I have a message from Deborah Powell, 31 Lombard Street, who also is asking more of Yale and Yale New Haven. The city would offer better services and support for its residents if it had more funding. There's a message from Molly Wheeler, 49 West Rock Avenue. Again, talking about Yale's tax exempt status and the amount of property that is tax exempt in New Haven because of the university and mainly the university's exemption. I have an email from Billy Bromage, 49 West Rock Avenue, also a Yale employee, thinks that Yale should do more. He's particularly focused on the needs of New Haven residents to have access to food and nutrition. I have a comment from Susan Yolen of McKinley Avenue, making the case that we should continue to support continue to support the New Haven Public Library, that cutting back on library services is the exact wrong thing we should do at a time like this. I have an email from Erica Holohan on Willard Street. asking Yale to contribute more to the city's finances. I have an email, thank you, sir, from Anna Ward of 17 Nickel Street, calling on Yale University to contribute to the city's financial well-being. I have an email from Terrence McTagg. He is a New Haven resident and a high school science teacher in the New Haven Public Schools, talking about the many needs that the schools have and how those needs would be better met if Yale University made a bigger contribution to the city's finances. And finally, the last written one that I have is from Laura Ware Clark, Executive Director of Site Projects, also speaking about the importance of the New Haven Free Public Library System and how the city needs to continue to invest in the public libraries, which play a very important role and function in our city. Just mentioning those to put them in the record. Of course, they will be entered in their entirety via the email link. Now a motion would be appropriate.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to close the public portion of the meeting.
Second.
Will this be a roll call for closing the public
Ask for
hearing?
discussion and then call the
Is there any discussion on closing the public portion of this hearing?
No.
Okay, so Alder Marchand, are you in favor?
Yes.
Alder Ernie Santiago, are you in favor?
Yes, yes.
Alder DeCola?
Yes.
Alder Morrison?
Yes.
Alder Walker Myers?
Yes.
Alder Festa?
Yes.
Alder Furlow? Alder Richard Furlow?
He's here. See.
Yeah, he was in.
He's here.
All right, Alder Evelyn Rodriguez?
Yes.
Alder Ron Hurd?
Yes.
And Alder Charles Decker?
Aye.
And I'm also in favor. So we're all in favor of closing the public portion. So at this time, the public portion of this meeting is now closed.
Madam Chair, might I suggest a 5-minute recess in order to allow folks who want to leave the meeting to leave, and in order for Lucas to contact city staff to get them back on the call?
Yes, indeed. So at this time, we will take a 5 minutes break to get ready for the workshop portion of our meeting. And the departments will come as follows, starting with the city town clerk, mayor's office, registrar of voters, et cetera, according to the agenda. Thank you so much. We are at a break.
And that depends on the ward. I mean, that could probably, oh geez, I mean, that could be 20,000, 30,000.
Well, it's 20,000 with machine total and absentees. If 30,000 people come out to vote in a year, that would mean 30,000 absentee ballots at maybe, depends on what's in the letter envelope. An envelope can range from 90 cents to $1.25 upwards, depending on what the ballot looks like, how big the ballot is.
Questions,
in this presidential election.
Right.
You know, and with that, we have so many primaries. Then the biggest one is the general in November. With this cost comes advertisements, which that has increased greatly this year alone.
So we're looking at, well, you'll get back to us with some kind of numbers just so we have an idea.
Yes, yes.
All right.
But you see, we see a uptick, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm good.
Okay. Next person for questions, Alder Furlow. Do you have any questions for the town clerk's office?
No questions, Madam Chair. Thank you.
All righty, moving along, Alder Evelyn Rodriguez. Do you have any questions for the town clerk's office, ma'am?
None at this time.
Thank you. Alder Hurd, you're next. Do you have any questions for the town clerk's office?
Not at this time, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay, and Alder Decker, last but not least.
Thank you,
Do
Madam
have
Chair.
questions?
They're mostly covered. Just one quick follow-up, Mr. City Town Clerk. Do you have any inkling of whether there are, you mentioned this a little bit, but whether there are going to be like any legislative changes to the voting process coming from the state in light of this crisis and in advance of what I would expect for the primary, at least certainly, to be a situation where people can't vote in person?
I'm hearing that. So we're just, kind of waiting to get complete confirmation, but I don't think it's going to be the norm. That's the conversation I'm getting.
Understood. I would hope that we could be in a situation where we could, in the future, be moving toward making, absentee, no-fault absentee voting easier, for example, and early voting easier. But I guess we will wait to hear from our delegation on what's happening there. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. With that, thank you, Mr. Smart and the town clerk's office.
Thank you.
All righty.
Be safe, everyone.
Moving down our list, next on the will be the mayor's office.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Chair and Vice Chair. Thank you to the members of the committee. I appreciate you doing this and setting this up in this format in these difficult times. I am Sean Madison and I serve as Chief of Staff to Mayor Elicker. I reside at 1279 Quinnipiac Avenue in the 12th Ward of New Haven. Quick overview over the office of the mayor and our duties. The office work largely falls into three buckets: coordination, communication, and management. The office coordinates all aspects of city government to include city departments, agencies, and commissions. Our job includes significant communication to the public, state government, federal government, and to the Board of Alders. Additionally, the office of the mayor is responsible for implementing legislation passed by the Board of Alders. We execute and help enforce the laws and ordinances. We ensure contracts and agreements are kept and performed, and we work to produce a balanced budget for your consideration, which is how we got here tonight. So to highlight the changes in this year's proposed budget from the Office of the Mayor, this year's proposed budget reflects a 9% reduction from the current fiscal year, or about $102,000. We accomplished this by reducing an administrative position and through a little over $29,000 in reductions in contractual services. The only other thing of note is in special funds, we have a placeholder there for the Office of Sustainability. To date, we have not applied for any grants for funding, but we do have it in there so that in the future, should we receive grants to support sustainability work, this is where it would land in the budget. This time, I am happy to answer any of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Matson. At this time, Alder Marchand, do you have any questions for the mayor's office?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do. Just
go right ahead, sir.
I think he froze.
I'm sorry? Oh, yeah, it looks like he froze.
103.
Alder Marchand, can you hear us? Alder Marchand? Oops. All right, I'm gonna move on to Alder Santiago until he's able to get the technical difficulties worked out. Alder Ernie Santiago, did you have any questions for the mayor's office or for Mr. Matson?
Move on to the next person. His laptop kicked him out.
Oops. Okay, he's trying to connect. Oh, you're the next person, Alder DeCola. Alder DeCola, do you have any questions for the mayor's office?
Can you turn on your sound?
Alder DeCola? You're on mute. If you want to unmute, then Alder DeCola, did you have any questions for the mayor's office?
Not at this time.
Thank you. Alder Morrison, do you have any questions for the mayor's office?
Yes, one question. I noticed that you guys have totally zeroed out the policy development position from the system. And that was a newly instituted position that this board approved probably about 5 years ago. So can you just tell me why the mayor's office didn't see that position as being important, or hopefully positioned in a way that it can really help to bring the city untapped revenue?
Sure. And now, and again, I wasn't here at the time, but correct me if I'm wrong, that position initially was originated to be basically grant writers, correct?
Grant writers, basically, my understanding of the position, it was going to bring in a lot of money. And that's why it said if the position is positioned in a way to really be able to tap a lot of to tap into untapped funds, category of funds. I just wanted to know, why would the mayor's office delete that position totally instead of put like $1 placehold into for the position, especially with everything, being online and, all the social distancing, and this might be an opportunity if at some point we could get a person in there to really help the city with getting revenue that we would be eligible for, but no one has had the opportunity to really go for it.
Sure. I'm sorry, was that Michael Gormany?
Yes, it was, Sean. Good evening, Alders. I Michael Gormany, 45 Jefferson Road, for the mayor's office. So to answer your question, Alder Morrison, we've been actually in my office looking at the entire grant process for the city and seeing how we can revamp it, because what we've seen were duplications of various positions and other items. So we'd be happy to update the alders on the process, but I actually have a person in my office, Ron Gizzi, who sort of oversees the grants for the city on a financial piece. And I have someone in my office who works on the programmatic piece with the city departments as well. So we're actually looking at revamping the grant process, within my office, and through special funds, possibly adding not necessarily that high level of a position of the Office of Development and Policy Director, but a grant writer type position through special funds at some point to work in my office and with other city departments on grant opportunities for the city to make sure that we're maximizing the grants to the best of our abilities.
So how long have you had this person or persons in your office doing this kind of work? Because over the years, it has been testified that this wasn't happening, and that was the reason why this board was, the request came to us to approve a position such as this, again, to help to bring in funds that have not been tapped into that the city may be eligible for.
Sure. So we've always had this position, and I think what's always been missing, which is what came before you during Mayor Harp's administration, was the coordination effort and looking at the grants, and that's what that Office of Development and Policy Director was going to do with the city departments. But again, I think we're looking at times where we're trying to do more with what we have now. We've always had that person, I don't know if you know her name, but she passed away, Elizabeth Smith, who always overseen, you know, the city financial portions of the grants. And then when she passed away, one of my, another person in my office took over that role. So again, I think, you know, we're really trying to do more with the staff that we have. And since that development and policy position has been at $1 for the past few years, I think we're taking the time to look at, you know, how can we incorporate those duties of that position with the current staffing that we have.
Okay, thank you.
Alder Morrison?
I'm all done.
You all set?
Yeah.
Alder Marchand, were you able to get back in?
I'm back in, Madam Chair, and I have just one question. My colleague from the 22nd Ward ably covered one of the issues I wanted to raise. The other question is about the travel budget. 1920, there was $0 set aside for travel this year. Next year, it's supposed to be, your proposal is 7,800. So could you say more about, sounds like you're planning to do a lot of travel, like your office is or your people are, and tell us why. There may be good reasons, I just don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think, again, I think what you're seeing is back in 1718, there was travel and allowance was at 9,000, then you've seen it come down to 78, which is what we carried over. I would tell you that I would tell you that there's not a lot of plan for travel.
Not right now.
And even if there was, those plans have gone south.
Okay. Alder
Thank you, Madam
Marchand,
Chair.
did you have a follow-up?
Nope, that's fine. Thank you.
All right. Alder Walker Myers, do you have a question for the mayor's office, ma'am?
My questions have been answered. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Alder Festa, questions for the mayor's office?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I do. Mr. Madison, the positions that are being eliminated, how will they affect the department's flow with everyday business?
There was only one position that was eliminated. It might show up in the budget book as two, because the one was at $1. The other one was a fully funded position. That was an admin position. That was a position, actually, admin for the chief of staff. I'm just assuming those administrative duties myself, and as part of the savings. It will not impact the public in any way.
Okay, so customer service per se will remain.
Yes, ma'am. The phones are still being answered, emails are still going out, and it's just it's a bit of a loss on it, but it was everyone was asked to sacrifice for it, and this was what it was.
Well, just think your meetings are pretty quick between you and yourself.
You would think, but no.
And then my other question is in regard to rentals and services. There's a reduction of 29,429. What is that reduction from?
That was that 29,429 was largely the other contractual services. We made some reductions in communicator, lobbyist contracts, as well as we eliminated our subscription service to the print periodicals, newspapers.
Okay. Thank you. I'm good, Madam Chair.
Very well. Alder Santiago, Ernie Santiago, I see you back. Did you have a question for the mayor's office before I continue to our next committee member, Alder Furlow? Alder Ernie Santiago, can you hear me? Maybe not.
He's having some audio problems, so he cannot hear you at the moment.
Okay, so we're moving on to Alder Furlow. Do you have a question for the mayor's office, sir? Or any questions?
Not at this time, Madam Chair. Thank you.
All righty. Alder Evelyn Rodriguez, do you have any questions for the mayor's office, ma'am?
Yes, I do, a couple.
Yes,
I
go
do
ahead.
notice that we have a number of positions for assistants, and that the one that's being eliminated, exactly what does that person do, and who is going to be doing the tasks that that person was doing?
Yeah, so what that, if you want to think about it like this, you got to think about it like if you put titles to the side, that was largely the Patty Lawler position, which has been eliminated. It was the executive assistant to the chief of staff. And that position has been eliminated. So we have Taj as well as Maria Melendez split up some of the work on boards and commissions. And that's how some of that work there that position formerly did is being handled. Other than that, it's spread across the office.
Okay, I understand that when Patty Lawler was in that position, she was tremendously open, as well as the person that took the position after her was completely accessible and open to the customer service and to the public, supporting the work that you were doing in terms of communications, not only to you, but to the departments and to the Board of Alders. So while I understand that you have taken on a big role in terms of communications, there is a dire need of your communications and your work in actually the comprehensive and the linking between the staff, the Board of Alders, and the mayor's office. So that individual, I believe, was bilingual, which I believe her name was Maritza. She was very supportive toward the end. The position was opening. So that's a significant position. While I understand that the office may not need it, I think it's significant to look at what the other assistants are doing and look to revisit that position. The other question that I have is in reference to what exactly does lobbying services for the mayor's office mean? This is on the 109,571 in reference to materials, contractual services, travel, or other expenditures. What does the lobbying services for mayor's office actually mean?
Well, we have several communicators, right? Lobbyists. They lobby in Hartford, they lobby in Washington, D.C. They attempt to get both state monies back into New Haven as well as federal dollars from Washington back into New Haven. Their job is to represent the city, represent our interests, and to talk to both the state delegation as well as our federal delegation. We are still going to have a Hartford lobbyist, and we will still have representation in Washington. We're just cutting back on some of that.
Okay, because I also know that there's a position of directors of communications. And what would that individual's role then be? So is that not including communication with lobbyists? For the sole purpose of the municipality?
That position is basically the public information officer, the PIO, the director of communication. They are the ones that work with the media, work with other entities to be able to spread the message, talk about our policies, inform the general public, arrange press conferences. Yes, that's what that position is.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's all at this time.
Okay. Alder Ron Hurt, do you have any questions for the mayor's officer? Alder Hurt, are you there?
No, Madam Chair, no questions at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Alder Decker, do you have questions for the mayor's office?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had the lobbying services caught my eye too, but I'm that is a comprehensive answer, so I'm all good. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, very good. At this time, hearing no other questions for the mayor's office. Thank you, Mr. Mattson.
Thank you.
We'll move on to the next department, the Registrar of Voters Office.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, indeed. You may
Hello,
name
how
and
are you
address for this.
Shannon Evans, 1460 LE2 Grassel Boulevard, New Haven.
Okay, proceed, ma'am.
Ma'am?
You may proceed.
Okay, so I want to thank you guys for helping the Registrar of Voters Office whenever we need you guys, and just thank you for your services as well. Marlene was not able to join us back at this time due to a family issue, so it will be just myself tonight representing. I did notice we have a very, very slight increase. We decided to kind of stick to the same budget that we had last year. The only thing that went up was our salary. I believe last year the former mayor decided to give employees a 1% increase. Usually we fight for our department to get a 3% increase. In the registrars, we do not get a raise until every 4 years. So that's what that raise, the increase was. Not sure if you want me to go down a list of the things that we have and why it's important to kind of keep the same budget we have, or if you guys just have questions.
Committee? Did you want to hear the list, or do you just have questions for the registrar's office?
I think it would be good, Madam Chair, for our Democratic registrar to give a brief narrative.
All right, Ms. Chanel, you want to continue just giving a brief narrative?
No problem, Madam Chair and Vice Chair. So we have not finished out yet for this round. As you guys were speaking with the town clerk's office, again, we are in the same boat. We're waiting for Secretary Merrill to announce or to confirm, or the governor to kind of let us know what our next moves are, whether we're doing the mail-in ballots or unexcused absentees or whatever the case may be, on however they want to proceed. We have about $300,000 more for the rest of this fiscal year. So just this alone kind of gathers our primary. Of course, we throw in extra stuff because, again, this year we are getting new privacy booths for the handicap. We're getting new handicap privacy booths, and that is about $350 per privacy booth. So, and we have 40 polling places, and then also adding EDR. So this year, for the remainder for August and for November, we have 40 polling places each. I asked the Secretary of State if it was possible if we can decrease, because the April, which is now the June 2nd primary, is a generic ballot. But of course, due to the state statutes, we're not allowed to condense them back into the 33. It has to stay into the 40. So that's kind of what the August primary has to stay the same as well, and also the general. So between postcards, we definitely anticipate an increase in voting and an increase in registration. So that's mail-in that has to go out, that's regular postcards, signage, food. We want to make sure we try to feed our poll workers, especially during this critical time, because we do anticipate it to still be heavy. We want to be prepared at any cost, whether we don't have a lot that turn out to the polls, but still turn out to do absentees. Either way, we still have to hire enough people to take in the amount of volume. The ballots, and as I brought to you guys' attention last fiscal year about getting our machines tested before every big primary. So we'll be having one done for the June election, the one for the August election, and one for the November. That's kind of like my brief statement. So I'm
Okay.
open for questions.
Thank you. And with that, we'll start with questions. Alder Marchand, do you have any questions for the registrar's office, sir?
I do, Madam Chair.
Yes, you may proceed.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation, Ms. Evans. I was just looking at the salary numbers, and it looks very much to me like the registrar positions. First of all of the positions in your department are executive management, it seems.
Yes.
But the raises for the actual registrars, they're about 13%, so that would be about 3% a year for 4 years. Is that correct?
Roughly, a little more, yes.
Now the other staff have smaller raises. Do they get raises more frequently?
Yes,
than you do?
yes, they get it we fight to give it to them every year.
Uh-huh. Gotcha. And so you guys get raises once every 4 years. Is that by charter or something like that?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you for that. Just a couple more things. One is I see that your election staff budget went down from $370,000 to $325,000. And I'm wondering if it's a reduction of $45,000. Part-time payroll is what it's technically called. So do you think that's going to work? I mean, did you come in under budget this year, so you feel like you don't need as much as was budgeted last year, or what?
So for the best calculations that I come across, it's about 150 for the primary and a little bit more for the general, because now you're adding EDR in.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we should be fine. I think we should be fine.
Okay. I'll look at the most recent financial report to see how we're doing based on our current year. Of course, I'm interested in making sure that your office has the resources it needs to meet the demands of a busy election year. That's why I'm asking. And then finally, I see that your professional travel line is significantly higher than it was before.
Yes.
And could you say more about that?
Yes, so in between different trainings that the Secretary of State offers, I want to make sure that myself and that the office gets the best knowledge that we can to make sure that the election runs smooth as possible. There are some that are out of state that that the office is interested in as well. So that kind of covers the hotel stay and the traveling amongst 4 of us.
Mm-hmm. I noticed in the forms that we received that there are 2 required trainings a year hosted by the Secretary of State, and the actual Connecticut general statutes require certain kinds of reimbursements for that the cities are on the hook for. But those required amounts didn't come close to coming up to $4,000. I assume that there's some registration fees that were not included by the statutes, or that there are more conferences that you want to go to than just the 2 that are required every year. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. Continuing down our list, Alder Ernie Santiago, do you have questions for the Registrar of Voters Officer? Alder Santiago, are you with us? Alder Santiago. I guess no questions. I think he's signaling. I don't think his audio is up. Alder DeCola, any questions for the Registrar of Voters Office?
Not at this time.
Thank you, sir. Alder Morrison, you're next. Any questions for the Registrar of Voters Office?
Alder Morrison got kicked out. She's trying to get back on.
All right, I'll move on. Alder Walker-Myers, do you have any questions for the Registrar of Voters Office?
No questions at this time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All righty, thank you, ma'am. Alder Festa, do you have questions for the Registrar of Voters Office, ma'am?
Yes, I do. I just want to follow up to Alder Mashan's question in regard to the part-time. Considering that this is an election year, a pretty big election year, that part-time position is, or that part-time payroll decrease is not necessary. We will be okay considering the election, that it's a presidential election.
Yes.
You're saying that with confidence?
Yes. I am.
Okay. And also, you know, we do have the primary that's coming up on June 2nd. Will we need to take some protective measures because of COVID? I mean, we don't know where we will stand at that point with this virus, but will we have protective polling places? And how are we going to address that in the budget?
So that was another thing that I was working with the Secretary of State, and I also have been speaking with the mayor's office. Can't remember names just yet. Yeah, I'm not going to try to remember her name right now because I can't get it out my mouth. But we have been meeting with the mayor's office. They said that they will help contribute, find the monetary for that. Secretary of State kind of told us, I'm sorry, we don't have anything. They're waiting to get something. Right now, the most we have are hand sanitizers. I am working on possibly trying to make my own mask for the workers to kind of like help in the situation. But at this point right now, I have put it in the budget just like in case of emergency, not just for this type of emergency, but for whatever emergency we may have. That put in our other contractuals. But hopefully that the state, I believe they got some money to kind of help contribute to this.
So between the funds that you have in place in contractual as well as possible state funds, we should be okay with our protective measures at the polls on June 2nd.
I hope that everything will be okay. Again, this is a virus that we have no control over. And again, it's about trying to wipe down, are we going to do every pen? Are we going to have people have their own pens? Are we going to wipe down the pens? So it's kind of up in the air with that, to be honest.
Okay.
But I do not mind reaching out if we need help.
Okay. And we may want to consider it for November as well, because people may still be afraid to go vote in person.
Not a problem. Absolutely.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Alder Festa. Alder Furlow, do you have any questions for the Registrar of Voters Office?
No questions, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay, Alder Evelyn Rodriguez.
I only have one question around the line again of the pandemic. Have you considered that it's probably going to take, if we're still addressing the pandemic during the time of election, that it's going to take the voters time, or if they're respecting the 6 feet distance to get into the polls, so that maybe additional help is going to be needed in the polls, which is going to then require some additional cost? Have you considered that, and have you discussed that with the Secretary of State?
So yes, in our payroll, we also had greeters. For some areas, we will have more greeters than others due to the lines possibly being long for one reason. And the other reason is for those who have split wards, such as Alder Morrison, how she has 22-1 and 22-2. So we do have extra people to kind of help throughout the line to kind of say, hey, the 6 feet. And if we can't find enough people, we also are going to get signage to kind of stand out there as well.
Thank you.
Okay,
That's
Alder
all.
Evelyn?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am. Alder Hurt, do you have any questions for the Registrar of Voters Office?
Not at this moment, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Alder Decker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a question now. What do you think, Registrar Evans, what do you think are the odds that we're gonna be voting in person versus via mail for the primary?
I believe we're.
All right, go ahead.
Sir?
Go ahead, I didn't hear you, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I'm pretty sure we're still going to have in person. The option to
Really?
be in person, yes. And if we don't, I want to make sure we're still prepared and following suit as if we were.
No, I obviously understand the need that you need to be prepared. I guess it's not a decision for you so much as for the state, but I mean, given the way that Election Day seemed to have gone in Illinois and in Florida and other states that voted at the beginning of this month, I'd be extremely skeptical that an in-person ballot in the midst of a pandemic would be, the best way. But that leads me to the question I was going to ask before, which is, I read a study recently that in Colorado they estimate that moving to mail voting full-time actually was a significant savings for them. I was wondering just if you had, if there's a brief answer to that, if you had any thoughts about how moving to mail ballots or expanding the early vote would impact the budget of your office? As a permanent measure, not as just like a pandemic, contingency.
Regarding, you still have to pay for the maintenance, and I will still get it done before every major election. So the only cost that it will basically deduct will be the actual printing of the ballots and the printing of the testers and the printing of the sample ballots. Other than that, everything else is still the same. So about 70 ballots, about roughly around 75. Yeah, I don't think it would be like such a dramatic effect, to be honest.
Okay, it wouldn't be that dramatic an effect one way or the other. It wouldn't be a huge increase either, is what I'm hearing.
Right, because if it's anything regarding ABs, it strictly goes to the town clerk's office. Again, it kind of all depends how they swing it. Does it come through our office? Like, is certain things come through our office? Is everything strictly going through the town clerk's office because it is technically an AB method?
Understood. That's helpful. Thank you. No further questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Excellent. All righty. Thank you, Ms. Evans.
Thank you, guys. And you guys have a safe rest of the night.
Thank you.
All right, next on our list is the assessor's office. Mr. Pullen, are you ready?
I am ready. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, I can. What about the rest of the committee members? Can folks hear Mr. Pullen from the assessor's office are okay?
Yes.
All right, you may proceed, sir.
All right, good evening. My name for the record, Alexander Pullen, business address 165 Church Street, New Haven, and I'm here to present the 2021 budget for the assessor's office. For the most part, the assessor's budget is status quo because our particular budget is made up of 96% salaries. The remaining 4% of our budget comprises the bare minimum that we're needed to ensure that we have adequate supplies and resources to meet all of the state requirements that the assessors are required to fulfill and to meet certain deadlines while still being able to serve the taxpayers. In this particularly difficult budget season, however, the assessors were subjected to some budget cuts, and I'm going to detail them as follows. Line item number 56694, which is listed as other contractual services. If you look at that line item, and I'll give you guys, I see people shuffling through paper, so I'll give you a chance. It represents a $4,000 drop it was 14,000. It is now down to 10,000. So that's a 29% drop. If you look at our budget as a whole for fiscal year 2021, the assessor's budget is 763,453. If you look at last year's budget, we were at 823,258. So there's a difference of $59,805. And that difference can be attributed solely to changes in two line items. Now, the first is that other contractual services that I just mentioned, going from 14,000 to 10,000. Now, what this line item usually covers is our subscription CoStar. That's where we get all of our cap rates for our commercial properties and a lot of the information that we use for our court case settlements. It also covers mileage reimbursement and other appraisal related expenses. So to adjust for having a $4,000 decrease, us and the assessors, we're going to carpool more. We'll limit non-essential travel, and we're also going to limit trial expenses, meaning less printed exhibits, less oral appraisals, and we're going to do things more in favor of in-house analysis and what we can do here without spending money. The key to this budget season for us is to do more with less, and at the very least, to maintain services at the level that they're at. The other line item where you'll see a difference in the assessor's budget is number 50110, and that's salaries. And this represents the defunding. I shouldn't say defunding. It's bringing one of our positions down to $1. So it's there sort of as a placeholder. Maybe in better times, we'll be able to bring it back. But for now, we are essentially losing the position of office manager. Even with the loss of this position, which is going to be, it was a prominent position, I feel the assessors will still be able to maintain the same level of service that we have in the past because our 3 clerk positions are all filled. And for the past year, we've been cross-training these staff just in case something like this were to happen, because we know it's always easier to get rid of a position that is vacant rather than to have difficult decisions and talks about layoffs. The 2 primary functions of that job, the office manager, are one, which was supervising the departmental budget and the payment of bills. Now that's been absorbed by our assistant assessor, Michael Courtney. And that's consistent with what his job description in the assistant assessor says he's able to do, so we don't have to worry about giving him responsibilities beyond the scope. And we also have the added benefit that he used to be in that position years ago, so he knows how to do all the work. The other primary function of that office manager position was to coordinate workflow and administrative policies, and that will now be undertaken by myself, the assessor. So those are the decreases in our budget for this year. Everything else remains as it had in the past. And at this point, I will open the floor up to any questions that the committee may have.
Thank you, Mr. Pullen. Alder Marchand, do you have questions for the assessor's office, sir?
I have one question, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
Yes.
First of all, let me thank you, Mr. Pullen, for your very informative presentation. The only thing I want to ask about is the capital fund redesignation happening in the coming year's budget to provide funds for the revaluation. I just wanted to make sure I had a good sense of the timing for when your department would have to ramp up its work to prepare for and then execute the revaluation. And I'm wondering, in connection to your statement about the position reduced to $1, do you think you might miss that position as your department gets closer to the time when it's going to do the revaluation?
I do not. I mean, we're always going to miss that position because the more people that you have to distribute the workload, the less stress everyone is forced to undertake. However, I don't really think that the revaluation is going to put undue stress on the office because you essentially have an outside company coming in to do the bulk of the work. And it's the high level sort of spot checking and making sure that everything is correct that myself and my other managerial staff will be in charge of. We hope to get the reval RFP out in the coming months, but we also realize that with the COVID-19 epidemic going around, we may not want to put data collectors out in the field this coming summer. So those will have to be difficult discussions that we have with someone at the state, and possibly if the state were willing to amend the state statute to allow us, rather than doing a full physical revaluation, to do another statistical revaluation. We're allowed to do a statistical every 5. This is our year to do a full. However, I can't really see people wanting to let us in their homes, and I really can't see inspectors wanting to go out door to door while there's a pandemic going on. So if the state were able to suspend that requirement and let us do a statistical revaluation, we could also save the city a lot of money.
Alderman Marchand?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So you would have to make that decision in the weeks ahead, depending on, of course, the course of the pandemic. It's hard to say where we'll be in the summer, but the full-blown reval has to happen by state law this coming cycle. You would need kind of dispensation from the state to just do a statistical. When, in terms of timing, when would the residents begin to get information about their new assessments?
Well, the new assessment's not for the next cycle, it's for the cycle afterwards. So we're currently in Grand List 2019. The reassessment won't be until Grand List 2021. So typically about a year out, which will be starting this summer, is when we start to send out data mailers and we start to send people out into the field. But it wouldn't be until October, November, December 2021, almost going into 2022, when people would start to get notices for the changes in value.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Alderman Marchand, do you have any other questions? All righty. Alder Santiago, do you have any questions for the assessor's office? No. Okay. Alder Nicola?
No questions at this time.
Thank you. Alder Morrison?
No questions.
Alder Walker Myers?
No questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Alder Festa?
Because Mr. Pullen always does such a great job in answering our questions before we have time to ask them, which I appreciate, I only have one, and that is in regard to out-of-state and out-of-town license plates. Do you have any idea how much revenue we can generate from those plates? Because there's a lot of out-of-state plates that are here for longer than the 2-week rule. And there's also a lot of out of New Haven plates, but the folks live in New Haven. Do you have any idea how much we can generate revenue-wise?
To give you a revenue estimate off the top of my head, I cannot do, but what I can tell you is that if you recall, a few years ago, we worked with Municipal Tax Services to pick up those out-of-state vehicles, and we are contemplating using them again to engage in those same types of services. So again, we're here all week, so if you want to give me a call in the office tomorrow, I have the information. They just shut the lights off on me in here and it's dark, so it'd be hard for me to ruffle through these papers and find it, but it was a number that I presented to the mayor, and he said that even though it sometimes put pressure on our staff and at times was not the best for public relations, he said that the value that it could bring in was substantial. So we were actually scheduled to meet with them a week ago, but with the COVID-19 pandemic floating around, all of the meetings have kind of gotten held. But that is something that we will be engaging in this coming year.
Okay, I appreciate it because for a few years now, constituents always ask me, why do I see all these plates from out of state? And are they paying taxes?
And we do it now on a small scale. Sometimes I'll go out myself. If someone calls me, I'll hop in the car, I'll drive out to wherever they said they last saw the cars, and we take pictures, we document, and we send out letters. We've done it as recently as 2 or 3 weeks ago. I can recall picking up some out of vehicles. So it doesn't stop when we don't have a contractor to do it. It's just on a smaller scale. We just get the people who come in and complain about their neighbors or the people who I see in the parking lot.
Great. Madam Chair, through you, requesting those documents that Mr. Pullen just promised.
Okay, so noted.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
All righty.
Pullen, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, indeed. Alder Furlow, any questions for the assessor's office?
No questions, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Alder Evelyn Rodriguez.
I have one question.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you stating that in reference to the other contractile service position that for example, you provide to us a number of resources through the online, like the Assistance Real Property Database, the 2019 Personal Property Online Filing, that documents like that will now not be done as effectively as you do them because you're not going to have that amount of money that you use to have those tools for us?
No, that's our hardware system. So this other contractual services has nothing to do with that. It's more for things that we use for our court appeals. So it won't affect the vision appraisal camera database. It's not going to affect the personal property filing. It won't affect anything with the elderly. And actually, while I have you guys here, I might as well state on the record, a lot of elderly constituents have been calling about the elderly benefits program, which the deadline is May 15th, and the state has not extended that deadline. However, what they have done is allowed us to now conduct these hearings or these meetings virtually and not doing them in person because City Hall is closed to the public. So what we've done this week is we've mailed everyone eligible a copy of the form and a copy of a letter explaining what's going on, so they can now mail it back to us and don't have to worry about whether the senior center is closed, and they don't have to worry about coming into City Hall. Just so you guys know.
Thank you, Madam President. That is it.
Excellent. Alder Hurd.
Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Madam Chair. I have no questions at this time.
Alder Decker, do you have a question for the assessor's officer?
No questions, Madam Chair. Thank you.
All righty. Thank you, Mr. Pullen.
Thank you.
All right, we're moving on to the next item E, which is persons with disabilities. I see Michelle is here. Are you ready, Michelle?
Yes, I am.
Name and address for the records, dear.
Michelle Dupre, 175 South End Road, East Haven. And thank you for having me here tonight. My budget is decreased slightly from last year's allotment. It's down by $1,800 to $96,804. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have regarding that.
Thank you. Alder Marchand, do you have any questions for this department?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one. Thank you, Ms. Dupre, for your service to the city. I wanted to ask you about the 30th anniversary celebration of the passage of the Americans with Disabilities Act. I saw a modest sum of money set aside to support that celebration, and I didn't know what you had planned.
Initially, what we were going to do was a restaurant crawl where accessible restaurants were selected and have people with disabilities visit those restaurants around the city. But because of the pandemic, we're reassessing whether that's something that's going to be doable. The anniversary is in July, so we may be looking at moving to something different. October is Disability Employment Awareness Month, so maybe I'm going to be shifting to another idea to come up in October instead.
Okay, Alder Marchand.
Thank you very much. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. Alder Ernie Santiago, do you have a question for Ms. Dupre?
No questions this time. Thank you.
Alder DeCola.
No questions at this time.
Okay, thank you. Alder Morrison.
No questions.
Alder Walker Myers.
No questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Alder Festa.
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Alder Furlow.
No questions, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Alder Evelyn Rodriguez. Any questions for Ms. Dupre?
The budget, line item 53350, which is on page 233. What does that exactly mean or entail, the attendance PROF meetings? I see that that amount initially at a point in time was $1,000, and now it's going to be probably only 500.
Yeah.
What did that line item entail?
So a lot of disability organizations have statewide meetings, so it did cover some of the travel to and from those meetings. Additionally, because I'm a lawyer and advise the city, I am obligated to do continuing legal education credits every year. And so that was covering a lot of that. This year, they've suspended that requirement. So this may not have an impact this coming fiscal year, because I may not have to complete those continuing legal education credits for this calendar year. So it may work out fine for this particular budget proposal.
Thank you. And then looking at general office supplies and printing and binding for the Office of Disabilities, I see that there's 0 items. How are those items being addressed or covered?
My understanding is that office supplies now go through a central purchasing process through the purchasing department. So we are no longer getting budgeted for individual department office supplies.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, ma'am. Alder Hurt, any questions for Persons with Disabilities Department?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
And what about you, Alder Decker?
No questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All righty, and with that, I'll say thank you, Ms. Michelle Dupre, for your service to our city. Have a blessed night.
Thank you.
Moving on to our next city department, the Corporation Counsel's Office.
Good evening, everybody. I want to thank you for your attention this evening. My name is Patricia King. I'm the Corporation Counsel. I started this job on January 2nd. This is the first one of these budget hearings I've been through. I do have my colleagues here with me, virtually anyway. I hope Rod Williams, who's a Deputy Corporation Counsel, Catherine Lamar, who is also a Deputy Corporation Counsel, I'm sorry, and who's an attorney, is also new as the head of the Office of Labor Relations. Paula Purnell, our executive assistant, whom you may know well, I think is trying to log back on, but she is, I think, hoping to join us to answer any questions you might have.
Okay. May I interrupt you one moment, Ms. King? Can you provide us with an address just for the record, please?
Sure. My address is 32 Vista Terrace in New Haven.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You may proceed.
Thank you. Our budget is fairly straightforward, I believe. It's made up of staff salaries and the cost of basically running a law office. We have expenses for office, well, not so much office supplies, things like binding briefs, which is fairly minor, legal research, which we're going to renegotiate for the new fiscal year, staff salaries, which are basically set by bargaining agreements, collective bargaining agreements. The biggest wild card in our budget, which does show a decreased projection for this coming year, is the outside counsel budget. Attorney Simpson in the Office of Labor Relations is hoping to reduce some of our outside counsel expenses by being able to take on some of that work herself. She has many years of experience in labor relations and will be able to do things like grievance hearings that have previously been assigned to outside counsel. She and I, who are both new, as I said, to the position, are both in the process of trying to figure out for the coming year whether we may be able to increase staff and see a bigger discount on the side of engaging outside counsel for some of this work. But so far, we haven't been in this job long enough to figure it out for this coming year. And the outside counsel budget is always a wild card because it depends to a certain extent on who sues us. The city doesn't control who sues us, and certainly if it were up to us, nobody would sue us, but that's not the reality we live in. So with that, we are prepared to answer any of your questions that you may have.
Thank you, ma'am. At this time, Alder Marchand, do you have a question for the Corporation Counsel's office?
Yes, I do, Madam Chair, and it's right in the area of your budget that you just spoke about, Attorney King, which is about trying to deal with the cost of outside counsel, which has been the subject of much discussion before this committee in recent years. I'm noting that for both the legal department and for the labor relations department, you're looking to reduce those. I know you gave a little bit of a description, Attorney King, about how you hope that will happen, and I understand the unpredictability of it, but perhaps if you have colleagues on the call who could speak more directly to managing those cases in-house rather than outside, so that we could better understand whether or not it's a realistic goal to be able to manage these costs more successfully. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I think Attorney Simpson would like to address that. She probably needs to unmute herself. There we go.
Oh, hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
It's Kathleen Simpson. I reside at 115 Bonfire Street, Bridgeport, Connecticut. And I also arrived on January 2nd, 2020. And since I arrived, I looked at our budget and realized that because I'm an attorney and have experience doing labor relations for many years, that we don't need the outside counsel budget that we've had previously. We can do our own contract negotiations, which of course have been suspended right now with the pandemic. I can also represent the Police and Fire Board for outside counsel in lieu of outside counsel with respect to representing the discipline cases, and also assist corporation counsel with labor relations matters associated with litigation and CHRO complaints. I also looked at a job description for one of my staff members who was in a HR position, and Scott Nabel is an attorney, and we're not looking at the person but the system or the structure. And that position I looked at should be a lawyer position to assist with making sure labor relations is full service and to avoid more outside counsel fees. Because he is, we're looking at that position as also being a member of the bar to help alleviate some of this cost.
Okay. Alder Marchand.
If
Thank
I,
you.
I'm sorry,
Please,
I could
Attorney King.
also add to, thank you, to Alder Marchand's question. We are looking at the hourly rates, which are charged by some of these attorneys, and I think when we have to discuss which contracts we're going to renew for the upcoming fiscal year, I think it would be well worth shopping around to see if, at least with some of these law firms, we could do better on the hourly rates. We do have several law firms who offer us very good representation at very reasonable rates. There are certain cases, such as police cases, where we will need to hire outside counsel because the plaintiff sues individual officers along with the city. So not all the defendants can be represented by the same attorney under the conflict of interest rules. So in those types of cases, we will always have need for outside counsel. We also have insurance coverage for some of our cases, so we get some outside counsel through the insurance coverage. But I think the other option, as I indicated, would be to look to see if we can either get firms to lower their hourly rates, given the situation that we find ourselves in currently, or whether we can find other firms to provide similar representation at lower rates.
Okay, and my final question, Madam Chair, is about the soon to expire LexisNexis contract. Comes due the end of June. Have you begun conversations with that organization about a new agreement, and are you confident about favorable terms? Are they going to be similar to the terms that the city has now?
I have not undertaken to speak with either LexisNexis or Westlaw, the competitor. So unfortunately, I don't really have anything to advise at this time, although certainly we would seek to get more for less, if you will.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, moving on. Alder Ernie Santiago, do you have any questions for Attorney King or Attorney Kathleen from Corporation Counsel's office?
At this moment, I don't.
Thank you, sir. Moving along to Alder DeCola, questions for Corporation Counsel, sir?
Not at this time.
Okay, thank you. Alder Morrison?
Yes, one question. Excuse me. Although I definitely appreciate the Corporation Council's plan to downsize on the number of outside counsel that they use by utilizing our current staff and our newer Corporation Council being able to do a number of those different things. But the fear that I have at the same time with that, would things be slowed down? Sometimes it looks like outside counsel was utilized because they had a number of people that was able to attack whatever the topic matter may have been. And now you take that away and you just basically bring it to one person. Do you think that those services are gonna be slowed down, especially when you're talking about the labor components, and now with the COVID and everything being held up, that once again, we just came out of approving the contracts of police and fire, which were like 2 and 3 years overdue. So that's a statement and a question at the same time. Do you think that by not utilizing outside counsel as support or backup, is that gonna slow our process down or the process down?
Attorney Simpson is on mute. She's got to unmute herself again.
Am I
There we go.
unmuted now?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, good. All right. Thank you. Previously, just so we know that the contract negotiations were only outsourced for binding arbitration. And because of my experience and background, I do not feel that was a problem. I did, when I interviewed for this job, indicated that that was something that was doable. One person prior to this, I'm probably one of the first in a while working labor relations director, and that I can handle the cases as an attorney and also do the hearings. I don't feel it's beyond our capability with the staff we have, particularly since we are looking at with putting the position. Right now, Scott Nabel is an attorney. He is a member of the bar, and he's fully capable of doing the job. And because we changed that position to ensure it will be a legal position going forward, I'm confident we can handle the workload. With respect to the things pandemic, I absolutely agree with your concerns, and we're looking at those issues. I do believe that we have put in place to postpone contract negotiations. We're also, because of the toll and the fact that grievances and the charges before the labor board have been told right now, things are pretty much in status quo. I don't see that we would need additional outside counsel right now from my assessment from the labor point of view. As long as we can keep myself and another lawyer as we have right now in place with our EA.
And by no means do I say that you guys aren't capable. I'm just talking about the frequency, the quickness of the process. Because like I have constituents, and this is probably nowhere near your level of in the lawyer realm, but I have constituents that have filed complaints because city tree fell on their car and damaged it, and that whole process. And it shouldn't take a year to be reimbursed. And so when I hear things like that, and then I hear that, from that perspective, we're going to cut back, that just says to me, it's going to take even longer to do things as such on the level in which you guys do things. And so I just, I question that. I just want you guys all to be conscious of that. And I'm very conscious of that as we go through this process.
Well, thank you very much. I certainly understand your concerns. Items like trees falling on cars and cars driving in potholes and those sort of smaller dollar value claims, while they're not insignificant to the people who suffer from them, certainly are, those go through different processes in our office than using outside counsel, which we use when the city gets sued. And oftentimes outside counsel is hired for the more complicated cases. And we do try to keep the more simple court cases, if you will, like car accidents and sidewalk fall downs, in-house with our in-house lawyers who handle those, mostly in state court, some in federal court. And the whole court system right now, as you all are probably well aware, has slowed down to a basic standstill with the COVID-19. So what the world is going to look like after that is probably, we'll all have to wait and see to some extent.
Right. And just for the record, believe me, as the chairperson, there a few years ago, the finance committee chairperson put together a subcommittee to look at outside contracting. And I was the chair of that. And I'm still the chair of that because that committee still exists somewhere in this process. And I was mortified at the number of outside contracts that were used, but over the years and just seeing just how these little things, it takes a lot of time to handle and get things done or through the system. I just worry about the larger things. And so I just wanted to put that on the table. It's late. I don't want to belabor it, but I did want to make that statement and ask that question in regards to what is your feeling about how long it would take, because more time, more money.
Well, thank you. We'll certainly take it into consideration. And if you have questions as the process goes along, I'd be more than happy to speak with you about it.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All righty. Alder Walker Myers, do you have any questions?
No
for the Corporation
questions
Counsel?
at this time. No question at this time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, ma'am. Alder Festa, do you have any questions for the Corporation Counsel's office, ma'am?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question in regard to where we stand with the Nicole Jefferson case.
Well, the Nicole Jefferson case is pending at the state Supreme Court. All of the state Supreme Court proceedings have been put on hold by the court, so we're not expecting any activity on that case. We were hoping it would have been argued in the spring. Based on the current court situation, we think that maybe will come sometime later in the summer at this rate. We have Attorney Rod Williams and I have spoken with our outside counsel who is handling that case. And there has been some interest on the city's end in whether or not there's a resolution that could be reached, or whether discussions about that are worth having. So we may, especially given the delay, try to at least see what our options are in that regard. You know, it's settling cases is very hard. I will say this, it's the type of scenario where people settle cases because we want to avoid the risk of law, right? Avoid the risk, roll the dice, and avoid further expense of outside counsel and the expense of continued litigation. It is an important legal issue that is pending currently before the court in terms of the termination of city workers and whether a different standard is going to apply to government workers and as applied to private sector. Significant legal issue. There are upsides to settlements, as I said, controlling your risk of loss and getting an outcome you can control. And the downside is, frankly, you always think, well, what would have happened if I had tried the case? You know, to some extent, it sometimes depends on how big of a gambler you are. You know, how much do you like to go to the casino and gamble? Because it's always a gamble. So, but I think it's an option worth exploring at this point in time. And if, you know, nothing favorable is able to be reached under all the circumstances, then we continue to litigate. So that's where we are.
So I prefer shopping to gambling, but with that being said, how much have we spent so far on this case? Because in the past, we have gotten so many different numbers that we just don't know. So if you could give us an idea of what that cost is with this case, since it's been going on forever, you know, you could enlighten us.
I don't know if Attorney Williams is on. I don't have the number, to be honest with you. I'm very sorry off the top of my head. Whatever it is, it's funds that for services that have already been rendered to us. I could certainly, I don't have it handy. I'm sorry to say, I could certainly get it to you. I'd be more than happy to provide that information to you. I apologize.
Yes, Madam Chair, through you, if we could get that information.
Yes, so noted, Attorney King. If you could provide that to the Finance Committee, we would be greatly appreciated.
Thank you. I will do that. I will do that.
Alder Festa, do you have any other questions for Attorney King?
Do you know, just one more, are there any other big litigations that are in the process as we speak? Any big lawsuits?
Well, there's, I guess, probably the most famous one is the lead paint litigation, which we are in the process of and had started quite productively. In fact, before the COVID crisis hit, we were on the road to resolving that, which hopefully we will be able to do without any outlay on the city's part. There's probably one other case that comes to mind that is another one of those situations that involves significant injury to a young plaintiff with significant in the six figures medical expenses. There's a legal liability issue, and it's going to be one of those that probably is going to be difficult to resolve in terms of, you know, do we want to take the offer we can get and avoid the risk of a big verdict if we go to trial and we get an adverse verdict or not? That's still in the sort of in the pipeline, so it's kind of hard to tell at this point which way that's going to go.
Okay, and I'm sure you'll keep us updated.
Oh, and the litigation settlement committee is very vigilant about talking to us and questioning us, and, you know, actually helping us to make these decisions, because I look forward to listening to them and listening to their perspective on these cases. So in some ways, it's actually a benefit to have them. So we do utilize them, obviously, as we have to, but they are a good service in our, you know, in the process of resolving these cases. So we will work with them on that.
So, Madam Chair, I lied. I do have one more question.
This is question 4, Alder Festa, so you only get 4.
Okay,
All right.
you know what? Zoom should not equal less transparency. So I appreciate the 4, but might have 5. Anyway, in regard to, do we have any lawsuits from the police department or fire department for back pay?
There is apparently one that was recently filed earlier this month. And I have not gotten into it. It's a very, very new lawsuit. We have not even reached the date by which the city has to file an appearance. Attorney Williams is in on that case. I understand he is in the meeting, and if he's here, I can't see him on my screen, so I can't tell you. But he could
I'm here. I
certainly
can talk about it if you'd like some detail.
There he is. So he can tell you about that. I'm not, it's his case. I've just reviewed the complaint, but it's very, very new, and I don't have much more information than what's claimed in the complaint.
So I can tell you briefly if you'd like to know. Actually, it'll be handled by Kevin Cassini in the office, but the background of it is that it arises from the collective bargaining agreement that the city and the police department entered into. And it's brought by a bunch of, a lot of, I think there are over 20 plaintiffs, and they are taking issue with the fact that some retroactive pay has not been applied to them. So for years that they worked, they wanted retroactive pay. My understanding is the language of the agreement, it went only to people that are still active employees.
Mm-hmm.
And so that was something that was bargained for. It seems to me that at the end of the day, their cause of action is probably against the union and not the city, because this was a product of a, as you know, a long bargaining process. So that's what that suit's about.
Okay, I appreciate that, because that's the answer that I had gotten a few months back when some of these officers were reaching out to some of us on the board. So I appreciate that clarification. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm good.
Thank you. Alder Furlow, any questions for Corporation Counsel, sir?
No questions, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Alder Evelyn Rodriguez.
None at this time, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Alder Hurt.
None at this time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And Alder Decker. Any questions for the Corporation Counsel's office? Alder Decker, any questions?
I have none. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Alrighty. Thank you, folks from the Corporation Counsel's office. Have a good night.
You too. Thank you very much.
Next on our list, item G, the Fair Rent Commission. Is there someone representing the Fair Rent Commission on the meeting?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, good evening. This is Otis Johnson Jr., Executive Director, Fair Rent Commission, 1172 Chapel Street, New Haven, Connecticut. And on behalf of the commission, I present a actually reduced general fund budget in the amount of $127,034, which represents myself and the field representative. If you have any questions, I'll be more than welcome to entertain them.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Johnson. Alder Marchand, any questions for the Fair Rent Commission?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have two questions. The first is the Board of Alders agreed to create additional position in the budget for your department, and you hired someone. So I'm eager to hear how having an extra person, moving from an office of one person to an office of two, what that has meant in terms of the work of your commission and your ability to serve the public. And then secondly, I am curious to hear what you have planned or in mind for the 50th anniversary of the Fair Rent Commission, which I saw mentioned in the documents.
Yes, thank you. The field representative's position, it took about 6 months to fill. I got the person was hired at the end of January, and they have been an extreme benefit already. They have developed a great bond with the housing code inspectors at LCI and accompanying them and getting additional information on our cases that come before the commission. We are currently at about 40 cases this year, which is on par from previous years. The young lady is very efficient, and as you notice, we have lost money. There's been reduction in our budget, and we have taken a lot of responsibilities in-house in terms of developing forms and documents and outreach for the commission. I'm glad you noticed that the Fair Rent Commission on December 7th of 2020, we'll be celebrating the 50th anniversary, and I plan to hold a reception in the month of December, and first looking at outside private funding for this affair, and any money that I may seek from the city will be minimal.
Alder Marchand? All set? Okay, next person on our list, Alder Ernie Santiago. Do you have a question for the Fair Rent Commission, sir?
No questions at this time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Alder DeCola, any questions for the Fair Rent Commission?
Not at this time.
Thank you, sir. Alder Morrison?
Not at this time.
Alder Walker Myers?
Not at this time, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Alder Festa, do you have any questions for the Fair Rent Commission, ma'am?
I do. It's actually a follow-up question to a previous question, and it's with the extra person, I see that the performance indicators for the number of inspections is actually lower than the previous. What the projected numbers?
Well,
compared to 20, yeah.
Those numbers have over the years have consistently been estimates, and based on my experience and working with the commission, they have basically been online. I anticipate with the new position, we can report better data to you with this person being on board. In the past, as you know, if I'm not in the office, we miss calls, or I didn't always have the capabilities of monitoring the activity, but moving forward, those numbers should become more accurate.
Okay, so this was before this person came on board, because you mentioned that they were hired the end of January. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Correct,
so
yes.
it's only been a couple of months. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
You're
further
welcome.
questions.
Okay. Alder Furlow, any questions for Fair Rent?
No questions, Madam Chair.
Alder Evelyn Rodriguez, any questions for the
None
Fair
at this
Rent?
time, Madam Chair.
Alder Hurt, any questions for the Fair Rent Commission?
Not at this time, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Alder Decker, how about you? Any questions for the Fair Rent Commission?
Alder Marchand covered it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you, committee. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Have a blessed evening, sir.
Thank you. Stay well.
We're trying. You as well, sir. Next on
Thank
our
you.
list, item H, Finance Department.
Good evening, Alders. Michael Gormany, 45 Jefferson Road, Branford, Connecticut.
Madam Chair, point of order, please.
Yes.
just-
One moment, Mr. Gormany. Go ahead, Alder Marchand.
I think it would be helpful if we stick to item H, which is about the finance department proper. It's different divisions, it's staffing, it's different budget items, and ask questions when Mr. Gormany's done with item H, and then after we've asked questions about item H, then we can go on to item I, which is a whole other set of issues that Mr. Gormany will report on. But I think if we do them together, it'll be too much. So I'm just recommending we ask Mr. Gormany to do item H only at this point.
Okay, so noted. Mr. Gormany, we're asking that you stick to just the finance department for this portion, sir. Okay?
Sure, absolutely. Yep, absolutely.
All right, you may proceed.
I will actually be brief with this. The finance department budget is status quo as it is with the current year's budget, which is currently at $11.5 million. The biggest increase in the budget was to our IT maintenance services, which increased by $300,000. In order to come into a status quo budget like the mayor's initiative in this budget, which was status quo or below, we reduced a number of line items, primarily other contractual services in different divisions within finance. I will be happy to answer any questions on the finance budget.
All righty. We'll start with you, Alder Marchand.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I know it's getting late.
I looked at your departmental budget, Mr. Gormany, and the immediate impression that I had was, well, when the mayor says you got to cut stuff, the budget director tries to lead by example. There are a lot of reductions throughout the whole organization, and on the one hand, that's admirable, but on the other hand, I just want to make sure that your department has the boots on the ground and the resources it needs to be able to function, given the importance of the work that you do. So I know that you made your narrative very brief, but I want you, I guess, to say a little bit more about, do you feel that you can make these reductions and still be able to accomplish the work of your department?
Absolutely. So I worked with each division and the previous controller as well, in crafting the finance budget. We looked at a lot of different areas within the finance budget and how could we create more efficiencies with the current divisions that we have, which is why in the finance department side, we really didn't have any vacancies, but we didn't really do any personnel reductions. Again, a lot of the reductions to the finance budget were in areas such as other contractual services where we're going to try to utilize technology more to improve the efficiencies in finance. So we worked with each division within finance to make sure that we could absorb these cuts and how can we shift things around to sort of make sure that we still meet the needs of providing the customer service to the city residents and the other city departments, because we know finance is citywide. We touch other divisions as well, especially in the technology field. So we definitely took a look at these cuts to make sure that we weren't impacting any services that the department provides.
Thank you for that response. One more thing, Madam Chair. I noticed that there was a reduction in the budget for temp and part-time staff, or at least in part of your budget. I don't know if that means we're interns or something like that. But I also noted that some of your temporary staff positions were bumped up a little bit in salary. Maybe they were getting a few more hours or something.
So, yeah, so our temporary and part-time help is, finance is one of the larger departments that relies on interns. So we have actually, in the past year or so, reduced the number of interns that divisions have. And as interns have gone back to school or whatever, we really haven't replaced a lot of them. But we always haven't used all the funding in the department, so we've felt comfortable with those cuts in temporary and part-time help. And as far as the actual part-time employees, yes, that was a few more hours based on the actual, because again, this board approved those part-time positions in this current fiscal year, and that was really just an estimate, because we had to work with even though they're part-time positions, if they were full-time, they'd be unionized. So we still have to work with the union to create even part-time positions, even though they're not part of the union. So the hourly rate was a little higher than we anticipated in creating those positions, but that basically brings it to the actual that we're going to spend this fiscal year.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's all I have.
All righty. Next on the queue, Alder Ernie Santiago. Any questions for Mr. Gormley on the finance department?
Not at this time, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Alder DeCola.
Not at this time.
Thank you. Alder Morrison.
Not at this time, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Alder Walker Myers. Any questions for the finance department?
My question was answered. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Alder Festa. Any questions for Mr. Gormley?
Yeah, just one, and Mr. Gormley, I'm sorry if you answered this already. It's getting late, but the rentals and services increased by 65,000. Can you explain what that is?
So again, when you look at the budget, the agency totals that are rentals and services, that's any object code that begins with 5, 6 above. So there were many increases and decreases within those object code line items, but that was the overall result, which again, the largest increase was our IT maintenance agreements, which those are things like our financial system, our tax system. Those are yearly things we're obligated to pay for. So that went up this year, and then that was sort of offset mostly by reductions in other accounts that begin with like 5, 6.
Okay.
So like other contractual services, temporary and part-time help. The rentals and services is a roll-up of all those object codes.
Okay. And then just, I appreciate that clarification. And then it looks like to the self-insurance, or is that with the next part?
Next line, ma'am. This is finance only?
Yeah, it's under finance. Under additional areas.
Yeah, I'm gonna talk about that one next.
Okay, all right, so I'll hold off. That's it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. After all the Festa, all the Furlough, do you have any questions for Mr. Gormley on the finance department?
No questions, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Alder Rodriguez? Alder Evelyn Rodriguez, any questions? Alder Hurt?
No questions at this moment, Madam
Thank
Chair.
you.
Thank you.
Alder Decker?
Not on this item. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. With that, Mr. Gormley, you want to proceed to the next portion, sir?
Sure, I will proceed to letter
Finance
I.
other, central, yeah.
So central utilities was a concept that we created this, along with working with the board in the current year's budget of centralizing utilities. So that way we get a better sense of how utilities are being spent within the city departments and categorized. For the next year, we are projecting that we will need just about the same amount of money, the $7.6 million budget in central utilities as we are this year. We are projecting lower in utilities for this year, so any increase should be able to be absorbed in next fiscal year's budget. The next item under I is vacancy savings.
Yep.
Vacancy savings is really what we project on saving on retirement and any vacancies. What we do is we do run a list of projected retirements. It's sort of almost like an attrition cut against the budget. Even though we did eliminate a lot of vacancies within the mayor's proposed 2021 budget, we are anticipating vacancies that may occur in the next fiscal year. So that budget is the same amount as the current fiscal year that we're in. Excuse me. Salary reserve is about $100,000 less than the current year budget. Again, that is funds that are used for anything that has to do with settling a bargaining unit contract, anything that may occur within the year regarding raises for bargaining unit members, executive management, or anything else that has to do with salary. Again, part of that budget is for the retroactive from the police and fire contract. That makes up about half of the budget. The other portion of the budget is basically a projection on the 5 bargaining unit contracts that are out, and we run different scenarios on what do we think it would cost if they got percentage X, Y, or Z, and then we formulate a budget based on that. So that is what contract reserve is used for. Various organizations are different organizations that the city contributes funding to. Some of them are mandated, such as probate court. Again, that is a state statute that is mandated that we must provide space, supplies, services, other items. That budget actually hasn't changed, I believe, in like the last 15 years. They've been happy with that $30,000 that we give to probate court. So that hasn't changed. The changes in various organizations were really, we reduced the downtown special service district budget. We did give them an increase the previous 2 fiscal years, but then we decided to bring them back down to the normal amount of $140,000. We did zero out the democracy fund. The democracy fund is funding that is really funded every 2 to 3 years based on the account. The general fund money is really a set aside in an account that they draw down upon every few years, especially during a mayoral cycle. So that money usually lasts 2 to 3 years. So that's why you'll see in previous years, the funding is very sporadic because we replenish the account when needed. CAPA is a contractually obligated item. And the only other change in various organizations was we did increase New Haven Works to help with the jobs pipeline. and to increase their funding. And we did add the New Haven Boys and Girls Club, as I testified to at the overview. That is an organization that, myself, the previous administration, the current administration, and some of your colleagues feel very strongly about in putting a subsidy in there for an organization like the Boys and Girls Club that is an institution in New Haven. So that is the changes in various organizations. Non-public transportation, and bear with me, I know it's getting a little late. Non-public transportation is, we are mandated, it is a state guideline that we must fund busing for private and parochial schools for kids that live in New Haven. The amount of our budget is based off of the contract that the Board of Ed signs for busing. So within that contract, there is percentages increases year over year. I believe it's about 2 or 3% in that contract. So that's why you see an increase of the 3% plus what we're trending at with actuals for the current year. So that is the increase in that particular budget for non-public transportation. Again, it's for private and parochial schools that we are state mandated to do. Sorry, I lost my place here.
Debt service. That's next.
Debt service. Thank you, Chair Hamilton. So debt service is based on the refunding schedule. We just had a refunding schedule this fiscal year that was done in November, and this is the debt service schedule. We're scheduled to pay $59.8 million as far as principal and interest for debt service. The one thing that changed in this budget is we had a premium savings of $5 million in there. Because we did a 2-year borrowing, there wouldn't be any premium in the next fiscal year going forward. So we wouldn't see that premium, but in talking to our financial advisors, we could realize some refundings or refinancing savings. And again, the goal that we always have with the refunding and refinancing savings is to lower the interest rate, not necessarily change the maturity date of when the bond is due, but lower the interest rate. So there's a modest $2.5 million in there as far as a refunding savings within debt service. And the master lease. The master lease was a institution that we started about 4 years ago. That was when we were able to basically buy vehicles and for, I believe at the time it was public works, parks, and police on a line of credit that was called the master lease schedule. We had it through Bank of America. The reason you see a $500,000 reduction in that line is because we did 2 schedules at the time. We actually finished paying the first schedule this fiscal year, this December, which was $500,000 for 5 years. So we actually finished the last payment this December, so that's why you see a reduction in that budget there. That 128 is the second schedule, which the last payment is in fiscal year 21-22. Self-insurance. So self-insurance and pensions. So the reason you see a increase in the pensions is based on the actuarial. Again, we do it every 2 years, and the actuarial that we got done called for increase in the current fiscal year and next fiscal year. So that's the increase that you see within the pension budget itself, is based on the actuarial recommended, which again, we've made 100% of their recommendations since I believe 94. So again, we're going with their recommended numbers to both SERF and the P&F number. Self-insurance. So the litigation account, which Attorney King sort of spoke to earlier, is what we use to pay the litigation settlement accounts. That number is status quo for the current fiscal year. The number that has increased is our city liability insurance policies. Those are our policies that are for our employees, general liability, commercial, litigation. We have Board of Ed policies. That's basically the city's insurance. That number was increased based on the actual and a projected increase of the current year's budget. So again, those are policies much like your own personal insurance. Sometimes you just don't know what the increase is, and we sort of take a guesstimate at, increasing the budget based on a percentage. This year we did see a bigger increase than anticipated, but when talking to those insurance policy holders, they did not anticipate we would see a large increase like we did this year, so we increased the budget based on the actuals plus a small percentage between 2 and 3%, depending on what the policy was. And employee benefits. Basically, this budget is status quo between health benefits and workers' comp. We are trending really well on benefits this year, which again, I've testified in the Finance Committee based on various items that we've had as far as moving things like from Express Scripts to Ingenio, Medicare Advantage, HSA accounts. We are seeing a decrease, which I think will set the new baseline. But again, medical is one of those things that is also very unpredictable as well. So with that, I know that was a lot, but I will be happy to take any questions. Let me just make sure I didn't miss anything. I don't think so, but again, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gormany. That was a lot. Alder
Yeah.
Marchand, we'll start with you, sir. Any
Thank you,
questions
Madam
from
Chair. I'm going to ask 4 questions. The first one is about the salary reserve. Do you feel you're budgeting a sufficient amount of money, given that you have 5 union contracts coming up for renegotiation? I assume the contract reserve is based on prior year's contract reserves, but it does seem like if we had a really great set of negotiations and we had successful agreements before the end of the fiscal year, which has not been the pattern, but if we did 5 new contracts, 5 new sets of raises, maybe like 1 year worth of raise, would that be, and any other incremental increases in benefits, is that amount of money sufficient?
Sure. So what I can say is we take a look at, because remember, this covers the general fund piece only, but we do take a look at all the budgeted positions within each union, and we come to, we sort of come to different scenarios, which I would be happy to, anytime any alder wants to come to my office and take a look, I'd be happy to share. We just don't share that, just so you know, the actual information, because when you're in negotiations, it's basically a negotiation tool. But I can say we ran different scenarios based on the number of budgeted positions, the salaries in each bargaining unit. And again, we applied what would this percentage X, Y, and Z be? And then we formulated the budget based off of that. So yeah, I'm very confident that unless it was some different package based on some different set of scenarios that we didn't think of, I'm confident between that and the retro due to police and fire that we have enough in that account.
Thank you, Mr. Gormany. Do you, I noticed that you held all of the utility costs steady from one year to the next. Is that just by inertia, or does it reflect an analysis of commodity prices or speculation about where we're going to go with gas prices and electricity prices? Are you thinking about any effect that our increasing percentage of renewables in our energy portfolio might affect energy consumption and prices? Just a little bit more about that.
Sure. So we have an energy committee that looks at this, which I'm part of. And we try to buy in, actually, that is actually coming up, and there will be a submission actually to the board very soon on that. But we have energy consultants who look at the pricing and what we can lock in at fixed pricing and everything. I think, again, this is one of those wild cards in the budget. As we're looking at it, you know, prices are good right now, but again, anything can, you know, can reverse that effect. So, you know, right now I'm very confident that we can hold the budget steady on that, based on the analysis from our energy consultants. But the energy committee does meet and take a look at this as well.
Thank you for that. Why is our self-insurance cost going up 12%? From
So again,
from 5 million to 5.6 million.
So again, that was based on the primary driver to that are our insurance policies. We renewed a few insurance policies this year, which actually ended up increasing the cost more than we anticipated. But again, insurance, I think, is also one of those things that, you know, we try to get the most bang for our buck on. And we did make the conscious decision to increase some of our liability amounts in those insurance, which also meant the insurance costs will go up, not just within this current budget, but within the future budgets as well. So I think that was just us being more conscious on the amount of insurance that we're carrying for certain types of liability that the city has.
So does it reflect, so insurance companies usually raise your rates, well, one, because they like to make money. Two, because you're entering into a higher risk category. So most kind of individual consumers experience, you know, their car insurance rates go up after they've had an accident or a ticket or two, and they have more points on their license. Does that increased rate just reflect an industry trend, or is that we've been kind of poorly performing in some of our risk mitigation strategies, and they're making us pay for it?
Well, I think it's a combination of a few things. Again, I think it's a combination of like you know, you stated that, you know, sometimes there's a risk factor for that. But in our case, I think it was also us taking a look at the type of insurance we have, and on certain policies, just increasing our liability amounts also, which meant that the cost would go up. So what I can do through the chair, you know, is in the next few days, send you analysis of the type of insurance that the city has, and work with our risk manager, our workers' comp risk management coordinator, and just sort of give you a high level summary so you can see what has gone up over the last few years.
Okay, great. Last question. My favorite topic, medical employee benefits. And I see that our colleague Steve Librandi from Human Resources is here, joined our call. I guess I just feel like holding it flat from one year to the next is awfully optimistic. We certainly had a good year last year, and this year is not horrible. But I'm wondering, given that we haven't seen any real savings yet from the work that the hospital's doing with us, what would make us feel that we're going to realize enough savings to basically flatten out the trend? I'm aware of the Medicare Advantage. I'm aware of changing benefit designs that shift some costs to workers, but it's not like the average age of our population has gone down or that we've reduced our workforce by 10 or 20%. And so given the inexorable, unrelenting increase in medical costs, it just seems awfully optimistic to me to feel like we could luck out again this year like we did last.
Yeah. No, I understand your concern there, Alder, and I'll ask Steve to jump in once I finish this. I think what you have to also do is look at where we are this year. And again, I think with the changes that we made, sort of setting a new baseline for medical. So the contribution in this year's budget is $83.6 million. Right now, the way we're trending with medical, we're going to have about a $1.1 million surplus within that account. So that means that the medical costs, knock on wood, if they stay the same from here on, that means the baseline budget would for this year be about $82 million, because that's an account really where you're supposed to break even, cover the expenditures with the revenue. So that means that going into the next fiscal year, that's where keeping the budget flat to 83 million would come into play. But I think Steve could probably answer that a little bit more eloquently than I could.
Well, I'm not sure I can answer it more eloquently, but there are really three things. Adam touched on two of them. We did make some structural changes to the plans that cost shifted some of the smaller dollar claims from the city to the employee. So when you add more people to a high deductible type plan, then on the kind of smaller normal claims, the employee is paying a larger percentage of that. That's one thing that happened. Adam also mentioned that we moved the over 65 population into a Medicare Advantage plan. We only saw a half a year of that last year, so this year we get a full the impact of that. And we do have a price guarantee on the medical piece of it for this calendar year as well, which means it can't go up on the medical side until perhaps halfway through the year. And so what we literally cut the Medicare supplement plan by about 50% and lowered it. And so, yes, there will be some inflation on the medical side, but it's inflation on a lower number. I think that is, those are savings we're going to keep, if you will. They'll go up, but they're going up from a lower starting point. And then the third piece that happened is that Anthem moved their pharmacy, changed the pharmacy benefit manager from an outside third party, to their own inside, and they have, with all of their customers, including us, shared getting rid of the middleman savings with their customers. And so that looks like that has lowered our prescription drug costs, having nothing to do with volume or the type or amount of drug that's being used. Simply dollar amount charged per prescription has lowered that significantly. Looks like it'll be $3 million, on a full year basis. That happened July 1st, so we haven't seen the full impact of that, we're getting it this fiscal year, so it's in there. And that again is a savings that should stay in place. Yes, there'll be inflation, but it'll be inflation again from a lower number. That did not impact our overall agreement with Anthem. We still get 100% of the rebate, drug rebate, which is an unusual arrangement for most self-insured employers. And that rebate is based on volume, not on dollar amount. So while the dollar might be a little bit lower because the price of the drugs is lower, I don't think it's not based on the volume going down. So taking all those three things into consideration, and the fact that, as Mike said, we kind of set a new baseline for this year that is actually lower than we budgeted, we felt pretty comfortable doing that. Now, I will say, all of that thinking was done prior to the current situation that we find ourselves in, where we're all on a Zoom meeting, and I, for one, do not have any way of understanding at this point, I'm not sure anybody else does, what impact COVID-19 has on our medical expenses going forward.
Yeah, I appreciate your candor on that score, and I don't know how anybody could put a price tag on it or yet understand all the different mechanisms for reimbursement that might or might not affect medical costs. There's a lot more I could ask about this, Madam Chair, and I think I will, but not this evening. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Alder Marchand. Next on the queue for questions, Alder Ernie Santiago. Any questions on anything you've heard from this?
No
Finance
questions at
Alder.
this time. No questions.
Alder DeCola.
No questions at this time.
Thank you. Alder Morrison.
No questions at the time.
Alder Walker Myers.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Gormany, being on the Finance Committee for a number of different years and being on Litigation Settlement Committee, a lot of times we have to increase because what we projected a lot of times fall under, and I understand we have some really big cases to settle sometimes, so that causes it. But I have two questions in one. Are you comfortable with that number? And if so, can you please explain why?
Sure, I think it's working with Attorney King and her team and the way, that she explained earlier on, settling cases isn't easy. And I know as part of litigation settlement, we see certain items that come before the committee. I think a lot of the larger cases that Attorney King mentioned tonight should not have a large impact on litigation settlement, and I will double check this. But in just looking at what they had in the pipeline, I was pretty comfortable with flat funding that budget as well for litigation settlement. As you said earlier, I think, again, a lot of the stuff I deal with on the finance side of the budget is really, there are years we've been way under that account and some years we've been over that account. So, again, there's no predictability factor on who's going to sue the city or when the case is going to come up. But I think based on what we see, the data that we have now, I was comfortable with that, with the budget that we have in place.
Thank you. It's getting late. I just wanted to hear some positivity. I thought you was going to say it's because of the different things we've been implementing, but I take your modest answer. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Well, it is, and we both are on litigation. Some of the questions we've asked. I like follow-up, so it's definitely stuff we've implemented.
Yeah.
All righty. Any other questions, Alder Walker Myers?
That's it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All righty. Alder Festa, you get 4 questions.
But I have 10. I'm just kidding. Don't shake your head. Anyway, mine is actually in regard to how are we going to pay out our pensions? Are we going to still assume the 7.5 rate of return in light of our financial challenges right now due to our current predicament?
Sure. So right now, the current rate of return on the pensions that we're using is the estimate of 7.75. So I will say that one of the things that when Mayor Ellicott came into office, one of the things he did want to see was what happens if we lower the rate of return. So you got to remember, when you lower the rate of return on pensions, that's actually more of a payment that you have to make. So the lower the rate of return, the increase in the ARC payment that goes on. I'd have to find my email, but the lowering the rate of return, which I'd be happy to share with this committee through the chair, range from a additional $4 million to, I believe, like an additional $8 million once you get to like 6.25 or something like that. And that was just for police and fire. So again, I think, people have to understand, you lower the rate of return, your ARC payment, your ADEC payment increases by a lot.
Correct. And that is the concern, because in light of what's going on in our downfall financially, our rate of return is going to also decrease. It's impossible for it to be maintained at 7.75.
Well, to be perfectly honest, I mean, pensions was one of the things I had a high-level overview with no controller in place. That is one of the things I am getting very up to speed on, is the actual pensions and the rate of returns. So, there have been years that, we've met the 7.75 in the last few years, from my understanding with the pensions. Again, it's the market, right? It's not just us, but what everybody else is experiencing. You have your good years and your bad years. So again, I think you have to look at it from the rate of return aspect, the affordability aspect, and, the investment aspect, which I know the pension boards both have their own investment policies. So honestly, that is something that I am looking into at this moment.
And that leads to, let's look at worst case scenario where we're going to have to increase the payout due to a lower rate of return. That's something that generally gets paid first. So how will we fulfill our other needs to run the city?
Well, I think, and again, I think that's where it comes into, working with the pension boards and their pension investments and the strategies that we have. Because again, if we vote for whatever the case is to lower the rate of return to 7%, and that is a $5 million increase for police and fire, again, that's going to be, you got to find $5 million in revenue, $5 million in cuts. Again, it's one of those things that you have to absorb within the budget.
Exactly.
Right.
And not what, we want to be hearing either. Okay. Sorry, I have my notes all over the place.
I have two more questions.
Wait, that was one.
That was two questions, Olafesta. Move on, please. It's getting
those were
late.
all one, pensions. Do we have, so we just voted unanimously on the board to support UNH with a lease agreement for the boathouse. And given their financial challenges now that was reported in the New Haven Independent, do we have any concerns with that lease?
I would honestly say that I believe economic development is coming on tomorrow. I know Mike Piscatelli's group works more closely with the boathouse than I actually do. So that's probably a question. I just don't have that answer for you at this moment.
Okay, and let me know if you can answer this one, which is the meter revenues are down. Or can you tell us how far down they are, particularly in the last couple of weeks? And what is the projected impact on revenue?
So we are taking a look currently at taxes and meter revenues. I think, it's been a little harder to get those numbers only because we do have limited staffing in City Hall. And I think with the end of the month, it's a good barometer to sort of see. So my plans were to sort of work with the mayor and the mayor's office on those numbers and then actually report that to the Board of Alders, in a separate communication. But I think, everybody right now is in so many different directions right now that I'm working with traffic and parking to get those meter numbers. We're working with the tax office because they only have like 2 staffing members in there per day, and they're really fielding phone calls and a bunch of other things. And the person who runs the tax system isn't in right now. So I plan on gathering all that for you.
Okay, so you will send our chair the information.
Absolutely. Through the chair. Yep, I will send her the information as soon as we gather it. Yep.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Gormley. Go on, Alder.
Okay, so just lastly, do you think that we should maybe change or disallow? There was a refunding ordinance. Do you think that in that refunding ordinance, we should change it to disallow net negative refunds that cost the city more money in the long run?
Honestly, I don't think that ordinance really needs to be changed. If you look at all the refunding and refinancing that we've done over the years, that was really the only time we really did one with a negative savings in it. I understand, and that was a conscious decision to do so, and we had many reasons for doing that. But even the last refunding that we just did in November had a positive savings within there. We only changed the interest rate to not the maturity date. And those are the type of refunding and refinancings that we have done in the past. So I think trying to base an ordinance off of I can't speak for the future, but a one-time thing as far as I'm here or as I've been here really isn't necessary in my point of view. But I understand the concern why.
Okay. Thank you. Was that my 4?
Yes, ma'am.
I can't ask my 5th? Just kidding.
No, ma'am. Moving on with questions. Are there any questions from Alder Furlow on anything you've heard with regards to finance other, sir?
No questions, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Can I take his one?
No. Alder Evelyn Rodriguez, do you have any questions, ma'am? Alder Rodriguez? Evelyn Rodriguez, do you have any questions? Alder Hurt, any questions, sir? Alderman Hurt, do you have any questions for finance other?
Not at the moment, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Alder Decker, last but not least, do you have any questions regarding finance other?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one. Thank you, gentlemen, for staying late tonight. I appreciate that there's a lot that is unknown and unknowable about how this pandemic is going to affect everything, basically. But I guess my question is can we not at least have some sense of a trajectory of what's going to happen with health costs given this is a genuine question. Just I'm far from an expert, but my assumption would have been that in a huge public health emergency that those costs would have to go up. Am I wrong, or is it just completely unknowable?
I don't think you're wrong. I think it is unknowable, okay, because it really depends on the number of people. The individual COVID testing costs, and again, I don't have exact numbers from Anthem, but what I've been given by the healthcare consultants are that the cost of the actual testing is not super high. I mean, it's $500. That's not zero, but that's not something that is going to break the bank. However, it, it is dependent on how well social distancing works for the 12,000 lives that we cover. And then within that, how many end up in a hospital? I'm not sure. And certainly when we put the budget together, we weren't, it was in February, we weren't here. And we all know how much has changed very quickly in the last couple of months, but I don't know that anybody has a handle on how we could possibly project what the impact could be. It could be very high, but I'm not sure what number we would use, and certainly none of that was in our thinking when we put the budget together because it wasn't an issue.
Yeah. Alder Decker, do you want to continue or?
No. No, I don't have a follow-up. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All righty. Thank you, Mr. LaBrandy and Mr. Gormany for your testimony this evening. Have a blessed night. And the last department on our list this evening is the Board of Alders Legislative Services.
Well, good evening, everyone. How you doing?
Good evening.
All right, if I can get. All right, I'm here in the control room. I'm going to try to do double duty while I'm over here. Al Lucas, Director of Legislative Services, 66 Harbor Close, New Haven, Connecticut. You have our budget in front of you, as you know. We have no significant change in the budget. It is a status quo budget. We hope that we will see some cost savings on the salary side, as you know, we've lost a high level employee to retirement. We expect that their retirement will come in at a number that is lower than that salary number. So hopefully we'll see savings there. But other than that, the budget remains the same as it was last year. So in the interest of time, I will move to let you all ask any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Lucas. Mr. Alder Marchand, do you have any questions for
No
our
questions,
director?
Madam Chair.
Alder Ernie Santiago, any questions for our legislative director?
No questions, Madam Chair. Thank you.
All righty, Alder DeCola, any questions for our legislative director?
No questions.
Alder Morrison, any questions for Mr. Lucas?
No question.
Alder Walker Myers.
No, Chair, thank you.
All righty. Alder Festa, any questions for our legislative director?
I guess just one. How would the department run as we have it now without, actually we have two positions that are not currently filled. The receptionist position and our recently retired legislative position.
Well, they're in the budget.
No, I understand the question.
Just hypothetically.
Yeah, well, we'll make with whatever. We'll do with what we have. I mean, but what it would mean would be extensive overtime for the other positions in order to cover the work that's not being done by full bodies right now.
Okay. That's all. I was just curious to hear if we were to leave it status quo, what would happen. But I think we all know. Thank you, Mr. Lucas. We love you.
We love you.
Thank you, Alder Festa. You're finished?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Alder Furlow, you are next, sir. Alder Furlow, any questions for Mr. Lucas, Legislative Director?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Mr. Lucas. Just one question. Are we expecting any retirements this coming year?
No one has given me any information that they're going to retire. However, we have half of the staff is eligible. So if they were to choose to retire, they are within their right to do so. But no
How
one has
many?
said retiring.
How many are eligible?
Right now, 1, 2, 3, 3 out of 7.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Oh, you're welcome, sir. Miss Evelyn Rodriguez, any questions? Alder Rodriguez, are you still with us? Maybe not. Alder Hurd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have no questions at this time.
Okay, thank you, sir. And Alder Decker, any questions for the legislative director?
It would be cruel to ask any questions at this point. No, I have none. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Lucas.
Madam Chair.
Thank you all.
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Yes. Mr. Vice Chair?
do you mind if I make a 60-second announcement before we adjourn?
We're timing you.
Yeah, you need to announce the fact though about tomorrow's meeting. Go ahead.
Indeed. And so we will meet again tomorrow, 6 p.m. via the same platform. The following city departments will be heard.
Yes.
The Community Service Administration, including the Department of Public Health, Elderly Service, and the Department of Youth and Recreation. Also, the Economic Development Administration, including operating subsidies, including City Plan, the Commission on Equal Opportunities, Building Inspection and Enforcement, Livable City Initiative, and TT&P. That's tomorrow, same place, same time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. At this point, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Madam Chair, I move that we adjourn.
Second.
Second.
Discussion on adjourning?
Nothing.
Okay, I'm in favor of adjourning. Alder Marchand, are you in favor of adjourning?
Yes.
Alder Ernie Santiago.
See.
Alder Nicola.
Yes.
Alder Morrison.
See.
Alder Taisha Walker Myers.
Yes.
Alder Anna Festa.
Yeah.
Alder Richard Furlow.
Yes.
Alder Evelyn Rodriguez. Alder Ron Hurt.
Yes.
And Alder Decker.
Aye.
All our committees in favor of adjourning. So at this point, we are adjourned. And I want to say thank you all for your staying the test of this night. Have a wonderful evening, and thank you to the public for participating. Good night, everyone.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night. Be safe.
Thank you all.
Be safe, all. Till tomorrow. God's will.
Good night, colleagues. See you tomorrow.
Good night. How do you get out of here?
Bottom right.
Oh no, I think mine's. Goodbye.
Good night, all.
Bottom right, Alder Morrison. You should see something. that
Thank you,
says-
Mr. Lucas,
Thank
for
you more.
everything.
Thank you more.
Most definitely.
See end meeting at the bottom right?
I'm sorry, where it says?
Bottom right. You should see something that says leave meeting. Put your cursor down at the bottom. And then there you go. Okay, we got all the Morrison figured out. It's your turn, Alder Hamilton. Down at the bottom of the screen, if you put your cursor down there, you'll see something on the right.
So yes, leave meeting. Yes, sir.
Yep. There you go. All right, Charlie, Jim, Tony, and Sean, y'all can leave too. But I'm gonna leave, so we're all gonna leave together. Have a good night, Charlie, Jim, Sean, and Tony.
Do you need these, or can I recycle the emails?